hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. What's up? Sorry, I'm a little bit behind here. Let me get the let's get the trial stream pulled up. Are we past fan status yet? Oh, we are. We are. Here we go.
About 8 years.
Prior to January 29th of 2022, were you friendly with Chris Albert?
Yes.
You previously mentioned that your brother Michael is a town selectman. What political office does Chris Albert hold?
Chris Albert is also a select board member.
And Chris Albert is Brian Albert's brother, obviously.
Yes.
So your brother and Brian Albert's brother are both town selectmen together.
Correct.
How did you become familiar with Kevin Albert?
Through D&E Pizza and
And I'm sorry, you said through D&E Pizza?
Yes. And interactions with the DPW doing details and stuff.
Okay. First, with regard to D&E Pizza, you said there were interactions with Kevin Albert relating to that pizza shop. What type of interactions?
He would come in, I'd be, friendly, I'd say hello, or there'd be deliveries to the Albert residents, and I would, make those deliveries.
You mentioned the DPW. I didn't ask you what you did for work, sir. What do you do?
I work for the DPW. I work in the Highway Division.
And the DPW stands for Department of Public Works?
Yes.
For which town?
Town of Canton.
And what are your duties, or strike that, around January and late January of 2022, what were your duties for the DPW?
I would plow.
And how long had you worked, or to this day, how long have you worked for the DPW?
20 years.
Now, as a DPW employee, how much contact do you have with the police department?
We have varying jobs that require police details.
So you're doing work, and there has to be a police officer there to oversee and direct traffic and things of that nature?
Correct.
How often have you worked in that capacity with Kevin Albert from the Canton Police Department?
About a dozen times.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Kevin Albert before January 29th of 2022?
Through D&E Pizza, I would, the Alberts usually had family functions on a weekend, and I would make deliveries.
Can these last few jurors hear the witness? I just want to make sure everybody can hear. Okay. Now, what was how did you become familiar with Brian Albert?
Again, through D&E Pizzas and deliveries.
Deliveries where?
To his residence.
Do you know what his residence is, or what the address is?
I do.
What is it?
34 Fairview Drive.
What was your understanding of what Brian Albert did for a living?
My understanding, he was a police officer for the city of Boston.
Now, you say that you made deliveries to 34 Fairview Road. How often, and was there a particular day of the week that you delivered more than others?
It's usually once a week, and it was usually on Sundays.
And
this guy sounds a little not quick.
Correct.
If you know what I'm saying.
As of January of 2022, how many decades had the Albert family lived at that address, if you know?
As far as I couldn't give you a year, but I know as long as I've been in Canton, they've lived at that residence.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th and 29th of 2022, were you on duty as a snowplow driver that night and early morning?
Yes.
When did you learn that you would be on duty?
Early January 28th, we were notified that we had a 2:30 start time.
And that would be 2:30 a.m.?
A.m.
On January 29th?
Yes.
How did you learn that you would be on duty?
Our supervisors for the DPW would notify us.
How are we doing
Who
this
was your
morning?
supervisor?
William
Yes, or
Walsh.
well? Getting everything set up.
And what instructions were you given in terms of when you were to report?
We were to report at 2:30 in the morning and prepare our trucks for plowing.
What time did you actually get to the DPW that morning?
I got there about 2:15.
And when you say you got there, where did you go?
160 Bolivar Street.
And is that Bolivar?
Yes.
What is 160 Bolivar Street?
It is the DPW garage.
And when you go there, is there a requirement that you punch in?
Yes.
Did you punch in those early morning hours?
Yes.
Who was there when you got there?
Other
this up to
DPW
I cannot, sorry.
employees
This is
and William
live.
Walsh.
William Walsh being your supervisor?
Yes.
Were you assigned a specific route those early morning hours?
Yes.
What route was that?
Route 11.
What streets does Route 11 encompass?
Route 11 encompasses Cedar Crest from Dedham Street to the end. It encompasses everything from Kings Road to Chapman Street.
And streets in between as well?
Yes.
And what street is in between Cedar Crest and Chapman?
There would be Spring Lane and Fairview.
What truck or snowplow were you assigned in those early morning hours?
I was assigned Truck 30.
And does that have a particular nickname?
Yes, it's considered a Franken truck.
You said Franken truck,
Yes.
like Frankenstein.
Yes.
But a
Why
truck.
was it nicknamed Franken truck?
It was a very uncomfortable truck, and it had a lot of mismatch of parts to make it more convenient for the drivers.
I'd like to show you some photos, sir.
Okay.
Getting everything set up on my end. Sorry, I'm a little quiet until that
Mr.
happens.
Loughran, I've placed 4 photographs in front of you. If you could just familiarize yourself with them and look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what is depicted in those photos?
Yes, I do.
And did you take those photos
I did.
at my request?
Yes.
What do those photos depict?
They depict the inside of Truck 30 or Franken truck.
And is there one that actually depicts the outside from the front as well?
Yes.
Do
Yes.
those photos fairly and accurately depict Franken truck as it looked on or about January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer those, Your Honor.
I have no objection to any of the photos.
All right, thank you.
Perhaps they could be marked with the next exhibit number A through D.
Yes.
Perhaps they could, but maybe they
And
shouldn't
once
be.
that's done, you can feel free to publish.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Posting up.
It's 211A through 211D.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, Mr. Wolk, if you would publish them one at a time in the order we discussed. I imagine that is 211A, Madam Court Reporter?
Ms. Gianetti, why don't you take the photos so you'll know what
Oh.
they are?
Great idea.
Moves.
Okay, could you explain what 211A depicts for this jury?
That is the front of Truck 30, Franken truck, and it's depicting the 2 mirrors on the right and left side of the fenders.
Okay. What about the next one, please, Mr. Wu. Can you identify, this is 211B, sir.
Yes, that's the inside of the Franken truck looking out the windshield.
As if you were seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
Next photo, please. This is 211C. What does this depict?
This is depicting on the range that I would see seated in the front seat, looking out the windshield, and depicting how much I'll be able to see.
Okay, and this would be more toward the left side in front of you as you're seated in the driver's seat?
Correct.
All right, next photo, please. This is 211D. Could you explain this to the jury?
Again, I'm sitting in the front seat of the Franken truck, and I'm taking a picture out the right side of the windshield, again, depicting on how much I can see out it.
Thank you. Okay, we can take those down and put the lights on. Okay, so you previously testified that you got to the garage about 2:15 a.m. on January 29th. Could you explain to the jury, what do you do when you get there at 2:15 a.m.?
So at 2:15, we do a simple circle check to make sure that there are no defects with the truck. We go ahead and we make sure it has plenty of diesel. And then I put, any supplies that I may have for the night, planning on an overnight shift. And then I get in the truck and I proceed to my route.
And what type of supplies are you talking about,
Yeah,
sir?
this guy
Any types of drinks, food.
comes
anything,
across
snacks.
wildly trustworthy.
Preparing for a long night?
Yes.
The circle check, does that mean what it sounds like, where you sort of take a circle around the vehicle?
Yes, we're trying to make sure that the truck is safe, that there is no defects that would hinder the job ahead of it of being able to plow.
And when you did the circle check in those early morning hours, was there anything unusual that you found?
None.
Were you comfortable driving the snowplow that night?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you make sure it's filled with diesel fuel so you're good for the night.
Correct.
Now, what lighting is there on the truck facing outward?
I have 4 lights. I have the
There
initial
are
headlights,
4
and then I have
lights.
2 plow lights that are on either side of the fenders.
Sorry.
And then I have marking lights, and then I have work lights in the back for the sander.
Okay. If you recall the one photo that showed the truck from the outside, were the 2 plow lights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Were the headlights visible in that photo?
Yes, they were.
Could we display that one more time, Your Honor, to have them point that out? Is there a pointer there, sir?
No, there is not.
Okay. Could you describe on 211A where those plow lights are?
Plow lights are just above the grill on the right side and left side.
Okay. And would it be fair to say the plow lights appear to be a clear lens and then an orange lens on either side?
Yes.
And the headlights, sir, where are those located?
They are to the right and left of the grill, and they're underneath.
Okay. And those are located just to the right of the grill in terms of as we're looking at 211A?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down and put the lights back on? Now, do you recall whether or not, strike that. You also mentioned marking lights. Where are those?
Marking lights are on the top of my truck, along with a beacon light on top of the truck.
And what is a beacon light?
Beacon light is exactly what it looks like. It's a light that just illuminates and it goes around in circles.
And the marking lights, what do they do?
They're similar to driving without your headlights. They're just there to mark the truck so that it's more visible for residents who may be driving and not paying attention.
And where does the lighting face those marking lights?
Front.
Okay, so in terms of the light that strictly goes toward the front, you have marking lights, plow lights, and headlights, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether, when you did your circle check, you checked out whether those lights were all working?
Correct.
And were they working?
Yes.
When all of those lights are on, how bright is it in front of your truck?
Extremely bright, almost as if I had a spotlight.
And that's facing straight out.
Correct.
What about facing diagonally out front?
Again, as far as the lights will illuminate.
And then on either side, directly out to the side, how far can you see?
About 5-6 feet.
Okay. So you see more when you're looking straight out and then diagonally out, correct?
Correct.
You can see farther?
Correct.
Now, how about in terms of you being situated in the vehicle? How high up is the driver's seat?
Driver's seat is an air ride seat, so it can adjust accordingly.
What is an air ride seat?
It is adjusted by air, and it can go up or down depending on the driver's.
And how long did it take you to do the circle check, to put your snacks in the car and water, and to make sure the car or the truck is filled with diesel fuel?
About 5 minutes.
All right, so if you get there at 2:15, is it fair to say that you're ready to go on the road somewhere around 2:20 or 2:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And when you did
We've added a
start to
couple,
go out on the road at around that time, how was the seat adjusted?
I
We've added a
adjusted
couple
the
voices
seat up
to
so
super
that my knees would hit the bottom of the steering wheel.
How big is
Handy
that
Patriot.
steering
No, this is a
wheel
different case.
on the truck?
Go back and look at the
It's fairly large. It's larger than a regular passenger vehicle. It's very large.
As of January 29th of 2022, were there any obstructions on any part of the windshield that would
Same
prevent you
colors.
from having a
They are
clear
different.
view in any direction through the windshield?
No.
Once you got into that truck in those early morning hours, how far could you see in front of your truck?
As far as my eyes would let me see.
And how far could you see diagonally?
Diagonally, probably, again, as far as my eyes would let me see.
All right. Now, you get on the road. When you plow, is there a particular method that you use?
Yes.
Describe that.
I start in the middle of the road and work to the right, angling the plow to the right.
Are you familiar with the term ring row right?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure. Ring row to the right is the amount of snow that's coming off the plow, creating a row. We angle everything to the right so that it does not impede on traffic on the left.
Right. So if you had gone in the other direction, you'd be putting snow right in the opposite lane of travel, right?
Correct.
So you always go to the right.
Correct.
What part of the road, once you hit the roads, do you plow first? What part of the road?
I start at the yellow line and I work to the curb line.
Why do you plow the middle of the road first?
Again, I want to ring road to the right, and I want to be able to give a bigger swath of space for first responders.
And generally, after going up a street or a road that you plow, when do you come back down the same street?
Immediately after I'm done.
Now, you mentioned Route 11, your route that night. You mentioned that it takes you to Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Once you leave the DPW garage to go on your route, Route 11, how long does it take you to get to any part of Cedar Crest?
About 10 minutes.
May we display actually, it's Exhibit 49. Do we have access to Exhibit 49?
What is it? Is it
It's just a map.
okay?
And if we can't put our hands on it quickly, I can just display it on the screen.
Is it in evidence?
It is.
You can put it
Okay,
on the
thank you, Ron. If you
Long
put up
night, I mean,
Exhibit
yeah.
49 and maybe zoom in so we just see, well, I think it is as zoomed in as it's going to go. Is that true, Mr. Wilk, to get okay. Maybe zoom in on the top part of the map, if you would. Perfect.
How was the gay bar last
All right.
night? You don't have one
So are
around
you
you.
able to see that
Very
map from
far.
where you are?
Yes, I can.
And by the way, do you wear corrective lenses?
Yes, I do.
What do you wear?
I wear glasses, and when it's inclement weather, I wear contacts.
So on the night in question,
Yeah, we had
when you went out on your
Keanu,
route that night, were you
We
wearing
had,
glasses or contacts?
Contacts.
What are you wearing today?
Gino.
Contacts.
you've testified in a prior proceeding
We
regarding
got
this
Robert
matter
Barnes,
last
Viva
year,
Fry.
correct?
We got
Yes.
Alessi.
What did
we
you
got
show
Dr.
up
Wolf.
with that day?
Glasses.
And
got
what's your
Karmic.
difference? What is the difference in your ability to see the screen with your glasses or your contacts?
My contacts makes things a little bit more brighter, allowing my eyes to see better
You have
with
more
the
difficulty
contacts.
seeing distances with your glasses?
Correct.
All right. Any problem seeing that
Good morning,
screen
Rita.
today?
How you
None.
doing?
All right. What does that depict?
That depicts my route: Cedar Crest, Dew Lane, Spring Lane, and I'm not able to read the one underneath Spring Lane. Just
Certainly it's a
What's up,
portion
Matt
of your
Panger? How
route,
you
correct?
doing?
yes,
All right. Now, you see where it says Cedar Crest, right?
yes,
And you see the red dot there?
yes.
Does that red dot refresh your memory or orient you, I should say, as to what road that red dot is on?
Yes,
And what road is that?
that would be Fairview.
All right. Now, when you hit Cedar Crest Road, are you in that area of Cedar Crest or are you in a different area of Cedar Crest when you first come upon Cedar Crest Road?
When I first come on, I'm coming in at the beginning of Cedar Crest, which is at Dedham Street in Cedar Crest.
Okay. And how long a road is Cedar Crest before you get to the area of Exhibit 49?
Oh, come on, Kurt's little brother.
I would say
just-
that's about a mile
that.
and a half.
And how long does it take you to plow Cedar Crest before you get to this area on January 29th of 2022?
About 10 minutes.
All right. How much of that mile and a half or so stretch of road did you plow when you first encountered it?
I plowed the entire street.
If we could zoom out, please. All right.
You had a nightmare
And-
about cooking steak.
When you're driving on Cedar Crest Road, are you driving
Fuck off.
toward that
Goodbye.
red, Fairview Road that you've identified?
Yep.
Coming in from the right portion of the map or the left portion of the map?
I'm coming from the right side of the map.
All right. And so you start about a mile and a half down the road to the right, which is off this map, correct?
Correct.
And you say it takes you about 10 minutes to get to the area of Fairview.
Yes.
So would Fairview be on your right or your left when you first encounter it?
On my left.
And when you hit Fairview Road that first time, what do you do?
I go all the way to the very end of Cedar Crest, turn
way?
around in a cul-de-sac, and then head back up towards Fairview.
Okay, so you're passing Fairview on your left,
Yes.
plowing further, and then turning around and plowing back.
Yes.
And when you came back to the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview, what did you do?
I take a right.
And how familiar were you with 34 Fairview Road on that day,
Very, very familiar.
having delivered pizzas there for years?
And then having grown up in that neighborhood.
Were you friendly with the Alberts growing up?
Mostly with Crest, but, I was cordial with the boys.
All right. And when you entered Fairview Road from Cedar Crest for the first time on your route, would 34 Fairview be on your right or your left?
On my right.
And can you give the jury your best estimate of when or what time was it when you first
Christy.
encountered 34
Yesterday
Fairview
we watched,
Road on January
Kurt cooked
29th of
steak. It was
2022?
amazing.
About 2:40, 2:45
That would be AM?
a.m.
And when you're passing 34 Fairview Road or encountering it at that point, what did you know about who lived there?
I knew the Alberts lived there, and I knew that Brian Albert was a police officer, first responders.
Now, aside from the lighting on your truck, were you aware of whether there were any street lights in the area of 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Could you describe those?
Sure, there's one before you get to 34 Fairview driveway, and there's one after Fairview's driveway.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not those streetlights were working on January 29th of 2022?
I do not have a memory of that.
But in any case, how much of the lighting of your Franken truck was illuminated at that time?
All my lights were working.
So you're now driving up Fairview Road, and 34 Fairview's on your right. Taking into account the lighting conditions that existed, especially on your truck, how much of the front lawn of 34 Fairview could you see?
I could see all the way to the front door.
What obstructions were there at the time when you first passed the Alberts residence?
None.
Were you familiar with the area of the flagpole on the left side of the property?
Yes.
Now,
So I'm
when
guessing
you
they're gonna
are
ask
plowing,
you
sir,
if
where
you
is
saw,
your attention focused?
My attention's
keep
focused
playing dead
out
on
the
the
front
ground.
window, to the right, and to the left.
Why?
I am looking for pedestrians. I'm looking for residents that may be backing out, not aware that I'm there, and God forbid, animals.
How much of the time that
God
you're
should
plowing
forbid
are you
animals.
scanning the road?
All the time.
Now, as you're passing 34 Fairview, could you see the area of the flagpole at 2:45 in the morning, sir?
Yes.
What was on the ground on the Alberts lawn at that point in the area of the flagpole?
Nothing.
Did you see a 6'1", 216-pound man lying on that lawn?
No.
Now, after plowing Fairview with the Alberts residence to your right, what do you do?
I go to the very end, take a left on the Chapman Street, back down Chapman Street, and then take a left back onto Fairview.
And are you plowing the whole time?
Yes.
So you get to, in this diagram, Exhibit 49, we don't have to turn the lights off. I think we can see it. You're traveling in a down direction, correct?
Correct.
And you would hit Chapman Street. Is that fair to say that's at the bottom?
Correct.
You do some type of three-point turn and go back down Fairview?
Yes.
How long does it take you to get from 34 Fairview the first time to get to Chapman Street?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
And then how long does it take you to get from Chapman Street back down so that you're now passing 34 Fairview again?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
And when you're coming back down, what side of the road is 34 Fairview?
On my left.
When you pass 34 Fairview at that time, are there any obstructions preventing you from seeing the front lawn?
None.
Was there any difference in the lighting on your truck when you were coming back down?
No.
Where is your attention focused when you're passing 34 Fairview on your left?
Again, out the front, right, and left.
And how much of that front lawn are you able to see on 34 Fairview when you're coming back down from Chapman?
I can see everything. I can see right up to the front door.
What did you see on the front lawn of 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022 when you're making the second pass by 34 Fairview in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. Now, you've made an up and down pass, sir, correct?
Yes.
Once you pass 34 Fairview for that first up and down pass, where do you go?
I then go do Spring Lane, and I do that top and bottom.
And is there a point in time when you come back to the area of Fairview Road?
Yes.
That second time now that you're coming back, I'm counting the up and down pass as the first time.
Okay.
You with me?
Yep.
That second time now that you're coming back, about how long is it after the first time?
About 45 minutes.
So now it's about what time that you're coming for the second time to this area?
3:30.
And when you come back to the area of Fairview Road, the second time, are you on the Cedar Crest side, which is on the top of Exhibit 49, or the Chapman side, which is on the bottom?
Okay. I guess we get to have a nice stream hiccup here. I don't know what's going on with that. Just a second.
Take that left,
There
or
we
did you
go.
do something else?
I did not take the left. At that point, I could have taken the left. I can make a decision depending on how much snow there was on the ground. I ended up going all the way to the end as if the first time.
All right, and you did your same turnaround in the cul-de-sac?
Correct.
And now you're approaching the intersection of Cedar Crest and Fairview again, correct?
Yes.
What do?
I take the right onto Fairview.
How was the weather at 3:30 in the
Their
morning
water
when
cooler
you're now
probably broke
in
off.
that area of Fairview and Cedar Crest?
It's snowing fairly hard now.
Do you recall how much snow? Recall how much snow was on the ground at that point?
Maybe 2-3 inches.
And at about 3:30 in the morning, how far could you see in front of you? Again, straight and diagonally in front of you,
As far as my eyes would let me see.
as a result of the lighting on your truck?
Correct.
Now, you take the right onto Fairview. Describe for the jury what you see in the road at that point.
As I make my right onto Fairview, I notice that there's a vehicle on the right-hand side, roughly in the area of the flagpole, in front of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And did you make note of what type of vehicle that was?
I got a
Yes.
bunch of filings in
What type
my
of vehicle
Twitter
was that?
inbox.
A Ford Edge.
So we have stuff to go through today during the breaks. This is
What
a preview.
direction was that vehicle parked when you saw it?
It was parked nose going up Fairview.
Toward Chapman?
Yes,
So you're coming up from behind it?
correct.
Do you see the rear of that vehicle?
Yes,
And was it parked adjacent to the Albert property, or was it across the street from the Albert property?
adjacent to the Albert family.
And how close to the area of the flagpole was that Ford Edge parked at 3:30 in the morning?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but looking at the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the front door in the area of the flagpole, so in between the front door and the flagpole.
Now, what caused you to remember that there was a Ford Edge parked at 3:30 outside the Albert's residence that night?
For as long as I can remember, they have never parked a vehicle in front of their house. They've always had enough ample parking in the driveway.
What policies or protocols of the DPW are in force when vehicles are parked on the street or the road during a snow emergency?
Ooh, we
There
have a
is
first
no
super tip.
parking allowed. We are supposed to notify our supervisor when there is a vehicle in the way. At that point, the supervisor will make attempt to call the resident or have the police show up at the resident. And then if they can't get the car removed, the car gets towed.
Sir, did you follow protocol that night?
I did not.
Why not?
Knowing the Albert family, knowing that there was a first responder, I gave them respect and opted not to follow procedures.
How did the presence of that Ford Edge parked on the side of the road affect your direction of travel?
I had to go around the vehicle.
How did you maneuver around it?
I had to maneuver to the left, go up, and then maneuver back right into my lane, and then continue up Fairview.
And at any point when you were maneuvering to the left and then angling back to the right, could you see part of the front lawn of the Alberts?
Yes,
Were you able to see any part of the area around the flagpole?
yes, as I maneuvered back right.
And when you
He does
maneuvered
look like
back
the main
right
guy in
and
Pawn
saw
Stars.
that area, what, if anything, did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
All right. So now you've passed 34 Fairview again. Where do you go?
I go back to the top of Chapman, And again, I do a left and a right and head back down Fairview.
Another 3-point turn.
Correct.
So now you're doing your second up and down.
Everybody
correct?
is doing these
Correct.
3-point
All right, so
turns everywhere.
You then enter Fairview again, coming back down from Chapman. And how long does it take you to get back down to the area of 34 Fairview?
Again, about 5-10 minutes.
Now, you are now approaching 34 Fairview, and it's on your right or your left this time.
Again, it's on my left.
What, if anything, did you see in the road at that point?
Again, I saw the Ford Edge in the
Now,
road.
now it's on your left side.
Yes.
Did it appear to be in the identical position as when you came up the street toward Chapman?
Yes.
How much of the area of the flagpole were you able to see this time as you're coming back down from Chapman?
I was able, it was obstructed, so I wasn't able to see as much as the first time, but I was still able to see the flagpole.
What did you see on the ground in the area of the flagpole at now 3:35, 3:40 in the morning?
I saw nothing.
All right, so now you've done your second up and down pass, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
I go back out on the Cedar Crest and I continue to do the rest of my route.
Now, at this point in time, did you do more of your route or spend more time away than you did between the first and second time?
I did more of my route staying away from Fairview.
And about how long did it take you before you came back to the area of Fairview Road?
About 3 hours.
So what is your best estimate of this third time that you're now approaching Fairview Road?
About 6:15
And that'd be AM
a.m.
on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, this time when you approached Fairview Road, did you come from the Cedar Crest side or the Chapman side?
I came from Chapman Street side.
And when you turned, did you turn left or right from Chapman Street to get down to Fairview?
I turned right.
And once you turned right, did something unusual happen?
Yes, I noticed there were blue lights behind me, forcing me to pull over to the side of the road.
Did you recognize the vehicles that had, or vehicle? I didn't ask you if there was more than one, but did you recognize what type of vehicle or vehicles there were?
Yes, they were police vehicles.
Which vehicle was traveling more quickly, the police vehicle or Franken truck?
The police vehicles.
What were you doing with your snowplow after the police passed you?
I continued down Fairview.
Coming down Fairview, did you actually lose sight of the police cruiser that had passed
I
you?
did.
How many side streets are there when you're coming down Fairview from Chapman Street?
3.
What are they?
Wyndham, Old Ridge Hill, and then Carriage Lane.
Now, you're now coming down Fairview Road. What did you notice ultimately in front of you in the road?
I noticed the police cars had the road blocked off and preventing me from going to Cedar Crest.
And with regard to the lighting on those police... With regard to the lighting on those police vehicles as the road was blocked off, could you describe that for the jury?
Sure, they had all their blue lights on and they were parked blocking the road, the entire road. I couldn't get through.
How well lit was it in the area where the police were?
Very well lit.
So you're now confronted with a blocked road. What do you do?
I turn around at Carriage Lane and I continue to do that road, and then I exit Carriage Lane and go to the left.
All right, and going to the left would send you back toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
And once you leave the area of Fairview Road, how long does it take you to come back down to Fairview Road to finish the plowing that you didn't do the first time?
As soon as the police were able to leave the area, I was able to finish that area.
Do you recall what time you finished your shift on January 29th?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm
Witnesses
sorry.
should not be afraid to
worries.
say I don't know. I
Do you
like that this
remember
guy
if it
just
was
said it.
daylight out at that time?
It was daylight.
Okay, now, sir, in the aftermath of that storm, when was the first time you were approached by anybody connected with this investigation on either side, if you recall?
About 2 weeks.
Who was it that approached you at that time?
First name is Paul, and he described himself as a private investigator for the defense team.
Prior to hearing from the defense private investigator, had you ever heard from anybody from any police department whatsoever?
No,
Do you know who Michael Proctor is?
I do.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And did Michael Proctor ever call you or contact you at all in those 2 weeks?
No,
Where did the defense investigator approach you, if you recall?
he approached me at my place of work, which was at the Canton Ice Rink, Metropolis Ice Rink.
And what were you doing at the ice rink?
I was operating the Zamboni.
Now, without telling us what you told him,
Morning's just
did you
moving along.
speak to the defense investigator?
Yes, I did.
Hasn't been any
And-
breaks or side buys.
At some point, did you do something with the defense investigator?
Yes, I met him for a second time at the Kennedy School, and then we both drove my route.
Skipping ahead to the next year, sir, 2023, were you approached by law enforcement officers who were not Canton Police or Massachusetts State Police?
Yes,
Without telling us what you told them, did you speak to them?
yes,
Before speaking to them in 2023, had you ever heard from former Trooper Michael Proctor or anybody from this investigation from the State Police or Canton Police?
no,
At some point, did you hear from the State Police?
yes,
That was after you'd already talked to the defense and to these other law enforcement officers who were not State Police or Canton Police?
yes,
And sir, how clear is your memory about what you saw or didn't see in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022 in the area of 34 Fairview? The first up and down pass, the second up and down pass, and then the third time you came.
very strong.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. The exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have you and I met before?
Oh,
sir.
gosh.
This is our first time speaking.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you say that your memory from that night is very strong. Would it be fair to say that before today, you've talked about this case many times?
Yes,
You've interviewed with different law enforcement people as well as civilians and attorneys, haven't you?
correct.
I have not been one of them.
No, you have not.
And is it fair to say that when you've recounted that night as far as times and what you saw, many times your memory has changed? Is that fair to say?
It has not.
You
Uh-oh.
spoke to a private investigator on behalf of the defense shortly after that night.
Yes,
Was that the first time that you spoke to somebody about what you had seen or not seen?
yes,
That is the first time?
yes,
Inevitably, over time, you have given statements to at least 4 different people, correct?
correct,
And you've testified in court under oath.
correct.
During the pendency from that night until today, it's fair to say there are many times where you have been intimidated, isn't it?
No,
You've been threatened.
Nope.
You were aware, sir, that you were being threatened by an online blogger to expose you?
I
Going
was
after
not.
Turtle Boy?
You're saying as you sit here today, you have no awareness in the history of this case that you were being threatened by an online blogger.
I was not threatened by an online blogger.
Was the online blogger threatening or saying that he would expose you and tell personal things about you if you weren't helpful?
He was not threatening.
Let's remove the word threatening. Was the person communicating and making clear to you that if you didn't testify in a certain way, there would be some consequence to you?
Objection. Can we get a time frame, please?
Anytime from when you first spoke to the private investigator until today, were there communications made to you by an online blogger that there would be consequence for you if you didn't testify in a way that was acceptable to them?
No,
You listened, of course, didn't you, to podcasts that were about you?
I did not.
People told you about them.
Yes, they did.
When friends told you about them, you knew who that person was that was making those claims, correct?
Correct.
You were well aware of the person had a very strong and large social media presence.
I didn't know how large or what his presence were, but yes, I knew he had a blog.
Well, you know now because you follow that blogger now, don't you?
I do follow him, yes.
You pay for a subscription?
I do not.
Did you get one for free?
I did not.
And in following that blogger, you know full well the power that person has to get attention from the community to harass, correct?
Yes.
And so during the pendency of this case, not only were you aware that you were being pressured to testify a certain way, you also knew there'd be consequences if you didn't. Isn't that true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
The premise of that question is not accurate.
So he can answer it.
What?
You knew there was pressure for you to testify a certain way in this case, didn't you?
I did not know I was being required to testify a certain way. I was also at the time dealing with the loss of my wife. I
Oh,
was not
Brandon, you
paying
look like
any
such a dick.
attention to any social media.
Sorry for your loss, but you are aware during the pendency of this case that there has been pressure on you to testify in a certain way. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
Sir, you received a call from that blogger, didn't you?
Objection.
I did.
And during that call, did you know the person was recording you?
I did not.
You later learned that the person recorded you.
I did not.
Do you know that your conversations were spread throughout the community online?
I was.
Sir, some of those communications or inquiries were claims that you would be exposed for personal matters if you didn't testify a certain way, weren't they?
No.
Inevitably, you've met this person, haven't you?
I've seen him. I haven't met him.
Have you ever spent time with him?
No, I have not.
You're still a follower of that blog.
I am.
When you follow the blog, do you read anything or do you watch it?
No, I don't do much anything towards the blogger.
As you follow it, you can see there are oftentimes articles about you.
No,
Haven't you ever been encouraged to do the right thing?
no,
Haven't you ever been celebrated after you've testified in a way favorable?
He looks like
for one
such
Yes.
an
side or
ass
the other?
bag.
yes,
And so when you were being celebrated, that certainly took off any pressure that would be consequence, didn't it?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you were celebrated for testifying a certain way, did you find that to be encouraging?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I did find it to be encouraging,
Did
but
you,
I did not want it. I don't think I deserved it. All I was doing was my job and telling the truth.
did you enjoy the attention that you got?
I did not.
Did you pose in photographs with people who support one side or the other?
I did.
And when you were in those photographs, are you saying that you didn't enjoy the attention that you were receiving?
I did not. Again, I was trying to be polite and trying to avoid any confrontation that may come from something if I said no.
Well, did anybody from the district attorney's office ever suggest they would confront you or punish you if you didn't testify a certain way?
No.
How many friends contacted you about what was being said before you testified, the pressure? How many people told you about that?
I couldn't tell you. All my friends were telling me.
So you were hearing a lot of noise or information from your friend group and community about what was being said about you.
Yes.
And this was before you testified at the first trial, sir.
This was before.
Sir, you work hard, don't you?
I do.
You work many different jobs.
I do.
You try to be a good citizen.
I do.
You are not looking for attention.
I am not.
It was brought to you.
It was brought to me.
You wish you never had that attention, don't you?
Yes.
Because you just want to live your life the way you want to live it rather than have people you don't know
I feel like these statements are probably good for turtle brewing
criticizing,
in general.
or intimidating you.
I'll allow that.
You'll allow it.
Could you repeat that, please?
So would it be fair to say that you simply want to live your life the way you've been living it without outside people attacking or pressuring or threatening you?
Yes.
On June 15, June 5th, 2023, you were contacted by the defense private investigator, weren't you? And you may not know these dates. Were you contacted twice?
Surprised we
private
haven't had any
investigator?
sidebars on this.
I would need to know what time frame we're looking at.
Fair enough. By the way, the blogger that I speak of, do you know if he is friendly or supports one side over the other?
I know he is friendly towards one side, yes.
Okay. The side sitting in the back of the room?
I would say the defense team.
You've interacted with a private investigator hired by the defense?
Yes.
Have you also interacted with any of the attorneys?
Yes.
Which attorneys have you interacted with?
Mr. Yannetti.
Have you contacted or have you spoken to any other attorneys other than Mr. Yannetti?
Just Mr. Yannetti.
How many times have you spoken to Mr. Yannetti?
Again, what are we
4,000.
talking? First trial, this trial?
The entire time, from that night until today. Can you remember how many times that you've
About
spoken?
5 times.
How many times have you gone in to be interviewed by him?
4 times?
During those interviews, were they spaced out over the course of this case?
Yes.
What was the purpose of those interviews?
To go over my testimony.
When you went over testimony, were you ever shown prior testimony?
Yes.
Were you shown prior reports?
No.
Were you shown a prior investigator's report?
Yes.
Were you shown a prior report by a law enforcement agency that is not the state police and not Canton?
The Turtle Boys.
Not by
pissed,
Mr.
right?
Yannetti. I saw that first document for the first time during the first trial.
When you were discussing your testimony, was there a discussion about the fact that the times that you gave the private investigator were different than the report from that law enforcement agency?
Could you repeat that question, please?
When you were preparing for trial in those meetings, was it brought up, did you discuss that there was a difference in your memory, or at least in the reports, between what you told the defense private investigator and what you told that other law enforcement agency?
No.
Were you aware that there is a difference between the different statements attributing your memory as to time?
The first trial, yes.
When you were with the defense preparing for trial, did you go over your testimony?
Yes.
Go over questions and answers.
Yes.
Were you ever subjected to a make-pretend cross-examination about issues that were important in this case?
No.
Were you ever pointed to any particular issues that were important to talk about in this case?
No.
When you did the questions and answers, were they written down or just a conversation?
Can you repeat that one, please? I'm sorry.
When you went through the questions and answers in preparing, practicing for your testimony, were they written down?
So ask it differently.
When you were preparing for your testimony, were the questions and answers written down, or was it just speaking?
Just speaking.
Those 4 times that you met, is that a guess, or was it 4 times?
It was about 4 times, yes.
Could have been more?
No.
And during those 4 times, was there anything different other than going through questions and answers about testimony and preparation? Was there any other subjects you talked about?
There were none.
Did you ever receive any compensation, sir?
I received none.
Do you know whether people were sending you compensation that you didn't receive?
No.
You don't know?
I never received anything.
Were you given anything to bring home with you so that you could remember past testimony or some of the questions and answers that were going to be asked?
No.
How long were your meetings in preparation for your testimony?
About 45 minutes to an hour?
Were they all about the same time, or were they different? When you came into court last year, it's fair to say this is after you became aware of essentially being targeted, correct?
He can answer that if he can. Can you answer that, Mr. Lockman?
I can. I don't ever felt like I was being targeted.
This was after you received all the information from your friends and people in the community that you were being attacked.
I'll allow that.
Again, I don't feel like I was being targeted.
Are you concerned after this case what happens with the blogger that you follow?
No.
You talked about your meeting with the private investigator. The first time you met him, do you remember that meeting?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met him?
I met him at my place of employment.
Did you go anywhere with him that day?
No, I did not.
You had a conversation with him and you spoke about what you had remembered from that night?
Yes.
Do you remember when you spoke to that private investigator, you weren't sure how many times you went up and down Fairview that night? That you had said 2 or 3?
No, I told him I went up at 2:30 at 2. I told him at 3:30 I went up 2. Went up and down. And I told him about 3 hours later I went up and down. Excuse me, I went down and wasn't able to go around the police cruisers and had to turn around at Carriage Lane.
You mentioned that you believe you told the private investigator that you went up and down at 2:30. Do you remember when you spoke to the private investigator, you actually said 3 o'clock?
I don't remember the 3 o'clock.
Brendan has to walk a really fine line here because this guy is eminently likable. He comes across very trustworthy and honest. And Brendan always just seems like a bully. Just automatically, the way he talks and communicates. And so, also, he's
Okay,
bringing in
Yes.
he's bringing in Turtle Boy, which I think is a really bad move in general.
And before I do you remember
really
you
low
said that
move,
when
too.
you went on your second pass?
But I think Bev
It
is
was
happy
around
to allow stuff about Turtle Boy
3:15?
because I think Bev would love on the record
I told
statement
him I went
that
up
Turtle Boy that support
Fairview.
his
between about
prosecution.
2:40 to 2:45. And I said about 45 minutes later, I went for the second time.
Okay. Now, you had said 2:30, and you just now said 2:40 to 2:45, and then you said 45 minutes later.
Yep.
Okay. Do you remember telling the private investigator that when you think, or you said you saw a Ford Edge, you were actually still on Cedar? Brook, not on Fairview passing by it, but you saw it from the street at Cedar Brook. Do you remember telling him that?
I
Sorry,
don't remember.
Cedar Crest.
I don't remember ever saying that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I'll show you a copy. This is a report that you didn't write, so I don't want you to read it. I want to show it to you and see if it helps remind you of what you told the private investigator that day. You can look at any part of this, but what I'm asking you is whether or not you remember telling the private investigator that when you saw the car, you weren't passing on Fairview, you were up on Cedar Crest. That's the question I'm asking. So I'd ask you to look at whatever part you want, but I'm going to point out the part to you. When you're done, don't answer, just look up, and then I'll get to ask you some questions about your memory, okay?
Okay.
So I directed to this part, but you can look at any part that you want, sir.
Oh. Man, I want to get to some of these super tips. I'm tired of all this. Tired of all this smooth sailing in court. What is this garbage?
Are you done, sir?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, do you now remember when you were speaking to the defense investigator about seeing a car? You said that about 3:30 to 4 a.m. when you were plowing Cedar Crest Road, you looked toward Fairview Road and saw a small SUV parked in front of the house. Remember telling the PI that?
I never remember telling him that.
When you spoke to law enforcement, not the Canton police
Law
or
enforcement.
the state police, you understood it was important to be as accurate as possible?
Yes.
And you understood, at least with that law enforcement agency, if you misled them in any way, it could be up to a 10-year penalty?
Yes.
When you spoke to them, did you take that interview very seriously?
Yes.
Try to be as precise and accurate as you could?
Yes.
And when you spoke to them, obviously, like anybody, you had in mind that there could be serious consequences if they felt misled.
Yes.
You try to be honest with them,
Yes.
provide them your best memory in good faith.
Yes.
And this was shortly before, well, actually, this was May 24th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
When you met, there was more than one person there from this agency?
I believe so.
Was there potentially two?
There was two.
And when you met with them, they asked you about when you began working that night.
Yes.
You told them 11:30 to midnight.
I never told him that.
And so as you sit here today, your memory is you did not tell those law enforcement agents that you began work at 11:30 to 12?
We had a 2:30 start time.
I understand, but I'm asking you,
I never told them. It was always 2:30 start time.
when you spoke to them, do you remember telling them the first time you were out near the area was midnight?
Nope. No.
When you spoke to those law enforcement personnel, were they taking notes?
I believe so.
Have you ever seen their report?
The first trial I did, yes.
Who showed you that report?
It was shown to me by Prosecutor Lally.
You think Prosecutor Lally showed you that report?
It was shown to me.
And do you remember telling those two law enforcement personnel that you believe that there were emergency vehicles, ambulances, or police cars in front of Fairview at 3 to 3:30 a.m.?
I do not.
Are you saying that you did not say these things to them, or are you saying that that's not your memory?
That's not what I said.
And so you're saying that's wrong? You're denying you
Correct.
made those statements?
Correct.
At the time they say that you told them there was emergency vehicles there at 3 a.m., that is the same time that you told the PI that you saw the Ford Edge, around 3:30 to 4, correct?
About 3:30 is when I saw the Ford Edge.
It was dark out that night, wasn't it?
Correct.
There are no street lights down near that flagpole area of 34 Fairview, is there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Was it on that night?
I can't tell you honestly if it was.
You testified at trial? I'm sorry, at a proceeding last year?
I testified that there were, it was asked to me that there were not any streetlights, and I answered it in the affirmative way, and living in that neighborhood, I saw that there were actual streetlights.
You testified at a proceeding last year, didn't you?
Yes,
I mean, you testified at the proceeding. Did you meet anybody from the defense close in time to that proceeding?
I don't know, when we met, or how close to the proceedings it was.
Do you remember being prepared before you went into trial last time?
Yes,
By?
by Yannetti, excuse me.
Do you remember telling the defense private investigator that you made your final pass at 6:30 a.m.?
I remember I told him it was about 3 hours going down Cedar Crest and was not able to go to the end of Fairview due to the first responders.
At trial last year, do you remember saying it was 5:30?
I did,
And today you had said about 6:15.
yes.
Okay. You weren't timing anything on a watch for times, were you?
I was not.
You were not accounting in any way for time whatsoever when you were out that night, were you?
No, I was not.
When you're providing times, are you trying to use your best memory?
Yes,
Do you recognize that you have a differing memory on times of what you did that night?
no.
I love it.
You talked about your
Brennan
view from the
hasn't
tow truck,
actually shown
and
the
you have a
different
bunch of
times. He
lights
just
on
keeps
it.
saying.
On the tow truck, you had mentioned that your vision to the side was 5 to 6 feet.
Can you rephrase that, please?
Yes, of course. You said when you drive your tow truck, you could see forward and sideways.
Okay, I don't want to be, I don't drive a tow truck.
My apologies. My apologies. Snowplow.
Thank
You
you.
said you can see forward and sideways.
I can see forward, I can see diagonal, and I can see
don't drive
right to
tow truck.
left.
When you look right to left, you said you could see about 5 feet.
Correct.
Do the lighting conditions affect how well you can see?
No.
Does the weather?
Yes.
When you're plowing, are you ever looking at the street in front of you?
Yes.
Are you looking at people's front yards?
Yes.
And so, what did you see as far as the front door of the Albert House that night? Was it open or closed?
It was closed.
With lights on?
I can't answer that for sure. I don't remember if there were lights on.
How about the neighbors on the left? Were you looking at their front lawn?
Yes.
Did you see if their lights were on?
Again, I didn't recognize if their lights were on.
Do you look at every neighbor's front lawn up to the door as you're driving in the snow plowing?
I look to the right and to the left, and my eyes will graze to the yard. Yes, I will look there.
You were saying you have a specific memory of looking at the Albert front yard all the way to the door. Do you have a specific memory of looking at the other neighbors' yards to their door?
Can you repeat
I'll
that, please? I'm
allow it.
sorry.
Yes, you said that you looked at the Albert House all the way to the door.
Correct.
Do you have a memory of looking at any other houses all the way to the door?
Yes.
Okay. Which house had a dumpster in front of it?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to a dumpster. Dumpster wouldn't be in the front yard.
Are you sure on your route there was no dumpsters in anybody's front yard?
No.
I can tell you there was a dumpster this week.
No. I'm more interested in January 29, 2020.
I can't answer to that. I don't remember.
A dumpster,
Again, this guy-
15 by 20-foot dumpster, that would be bigger than a man's body, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
But it'd be
So you
less
have
out
no
of
really
place than a
specific
man's
memory
body.
of the other homes in the neighborhood that night.
I mean, I looked. I saw. I didn't see a dumpster. That would have definitely stuck out.
Okay. You said you had vision as far as your eyes could see.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Means if there were, my eyes were, as long as they're open, I can see as far as they will let me see.
Is that dependent on lighting conditions, darkness, snow?
Correct.
That night, did you have any difficulty paying attention or driving?
I did not.
Did you have a small accident that night?
I did.
Okay, what did you hit?
I hit a portable basketball net.
Was that part because of the weather conditions? You didn't have a good opportunity to see it?
No. I definitely saw it and just did not judge enough.
You said that you went up and down the road a couple of times. When you were asked to describe the car that you said you saw, when you first spoke to the defendant's private investigator, you didn't give any detail about the type of car, did you?
I told her it was a Ford Edge.
Okay. When you first spoke to the investigator, you used the words Ford Edge?
Man, I was hoping
I did.
Did they bring you to a
sort
parking
of
lot
break.
at some point?
At some point.
They did.
And when they brought you to a parking lot, did they have you go out in the parking lot and look at a Ford Edge?
They did.
And when they had you go out and look at the Ford Edge, did they have you identify that as the type of car?
Yes, they did.
And when you did that, how many cars were in the parking lot?
We had a hockey game, so there were several, at least 100, 150.
Who pointed you to the Ford Edge?
I was Snowplow
I pointed
certified
to it.
for some time.
Did the investigator take you to the Ford Edge?
No, he did
I can
not.
take care of that
Did
snow
know
for
the
you.
parking
I can
lot?
take care of
Did
it.
he
I'm really
ask you
good
to
at it.
go
I'm a
around
fun
and see
guy.
if
I'm a
they
lot of
happened
fun.
to be a similar car?
No, I told him a Ford Edge. He wanted to make sure I knew what a Ford Edge looked like. I pointed to the Ford Edge, and he was satisfied.
So after you said a Ford Edge, he brought you to a parking lot to point out a car?
We were at my place of business. We just walked out the door.
Where was that?
At the Metropolis ice rink.
The rink?
Ice rink, yes.
Did you then meet the investigator later on at a school?
Yes, I did.
And who did you meet at the school?
I met Paul again.
And what was the purpose of that?
He wanted to go through my route.
You want to go through your route.
Correct.
And then, did you choose to meet at the school?
I did.
You did?
I did.
And why did you choose the school?
It was an easier landmark for the gentleman to get to, and it was minutes from my route.
Did you know that former Trooper Proctor's sister worked there?
I had no idea.
You said last year that when you went by Fairview, did you say that you would buy your final pass at 5:30 a.m.?
No.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Shout out to Mike19Mac on Twitter. Says, I think Brendan lost a good majority of the jury with this cross. I agree. This is dumb. This is a really bad approach.
Sir, when you have contact, you also wear reading glasses?
Yes.
I can't read things up close.
Understood. This is trial testimony, testimony from June 21st, 2024.
Mhm.
And you were asked do you recall what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview? You said, I don't honestly recall what specific time. Yes?
Yes.
And then you were asked, sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back? And what did you say?
Say about 5:30.
And so even last year, you were having some difficulty remembering the times, right?
Objection.
Were you having difficulty last year remembering the times that you were on Fairview?
No.
When you said you were on Fairview last year at 5:30, you didn't see anything on the Albert front lawn at 5:30 a.m.?
I wasn't on Fairview at 5:30 a.m.
Okay. Were you asked
Come on, Brennan.
last year
Keep up.
about your travels on Fairview?
Yes.
Okay. When you asked about, you recall, was the time you wound up on Fairview, and you said you didn't remember. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
And is that true testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you had some difficulties in your memory of when you were on Fairview when you testified last year. Isn't that fair to say?
No, it's not fair.
And then you were asked approximately if it was 3:15 to 3:30 the second time, what time did you come back?
And I said, if I were to guess, I said 45 minutes later.
Did you say, I would say, if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview?
That time was incorrect. It was 6:15. I couldn't go down any further due to the police presence.
So your testimony last year, you understandably made a mistake about the time, correct?
I did.
And it's true, isn't it, that you really have somewhat foggy memory about the times.
It is not.
That time of 5:30 is very different than the time you told the agents when you met them, the law enforcement officials that weren't from Canton or the state police. That was very different than when you told them 3 to 3:30.
Very different.
And it's different than the 3:30 to 4 timeline that you gave the defense private investigator the first time you spoke to them. Correct?
Correct.
And it's different than what you told the jury today, that it was 6:15.
It's different, but it's not.
When you plowed that night, did you have any reason to look for somebody who was lying on the side of a yard?
No.
Did you have any expectation somebody would be lying helpless on the side of a yard that night?
Yeah.
No.
If you
Only the
had
men I
seen
killed.
somebody, certainly you would have helped.
Correct.
When you said that, when the private investigator asked you where you were when you said you saw the Ford Edge, are you saying that you didn't tell the private investigator that you were on Cedar?
I don't remember telling him I was on Cedar Crest. I do remember telling him that I had turned onto Fairview and saw the vehicle.
Cedar Crest in a storm at night is quite a distance from the flagpole at Fairview, isn't it?
No,
About 300 feet?
roughly.
Difficult to see under those conditions?
No.
Could we have Exhibit 71, Stream 0, at about 6:17 a.m., please?
you stop it there? Do you see that street light?
I do?
Okay. At the end of that road, past the street light, is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair depiction of the elements that night around that time?
Yes.
And in this case, there's further illumination with the car that's facing us?
Correct.
That wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
You said after you saw law enforcement, did you come down Fairview after you saw law enforcement?
I was on Fairview already when I saw the law enforcement.
Did you drive by Cedar Crest again to go back and forth and watch what was going on, or did you go on your route?
I went on my route, which included Cedar Crest.
Did you keep driving by because you wanted to watch, or did you just leave
I like
and
to
do
watch.
your regular route?
I went and did my regular route.
Could I have 61927, please? And could you play it? If you could back up a little before 61927. Is that weather consistent with what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Is that you there?
I don't know if that's me. Yes, that's me. That is me.
Could we go to 63245, please?
This witness is devastating for the state because he's just so damn authentic.
Is that you again?
And he seems to have really good memory. When
That one, I can't tell if that was me again.
honest. I don't remember.
Could we go to 63514, please? Was that you?
I don't see it. I don't see the truck. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Could we go back to 63512?
That looks like to be a pickup truck. That does not look like my truck.
63745, please. And that's you again, right?
Again, I can't tell you for sure if that was me.
Those were not your red and orange lights consistent with the earlier ones that went by?
What I saw the first time was the reflecting tape off the body of my truck.
Could we go to
I have
7?
a plow guy that is a contractor that we work tandem together.
And was he out there that night as well, going by Fairview?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever tell the private investigator about him?
Yes, I did.
7 o'clock, 22 seconds, please. Is that you, sir?
I can't say for sure.
7:15, 45 seconds, please. Do you recognize that plow?
I do not.
7:19 and 55 seconds, please.
Oh, these videos are brutal. I'm so bored. I don't know what to say.
Was that you, sir?
That was me.
How long does your route take?
It's hard to say. I mean, as long as it's snowing, it can take as long as it takes.
Well, if you're going to do a pass, how long does an entire pass take?
If I were to do from Cedar Crest to the end, it would take probably 10 minutes. If I were to do the entire route, I'm not cleaning up. I'm just giving it a pass so people can get through. It takes about 3 hours. Could take 4 hours.
When you mentioned Brian Albert on your direct examination, had you talked to the defense about Brian Albert in your preparation for testimony?
No,
You knew some of the Albert family,
I know the entire Albert family.
and you know Brian Albert as a police officer.
Yes, I do.
Why is it that 3 times in your direct testimony you characterized him as a first responder?
Because he's a police officer. They're first responders.
Did
Yes.
anybody ever suggest to you to use the terms or the phrases first responder when you were describing Brian Albert?
No one did. Those are my words.
Since your trial testimony last year, have you received any more focusing or targeting of harassment?
You guys know
Since last year when you testified.
it is Killdozer Day. Happy
have you
Killdozer Day.
received Any recent aggression towards you for testifying?
No.
Have you had any further focus or problems?
No.
I have no further questions.
Very briefly, sir. You were
Okay, we're coming to the end of this.
asked
witness.
by Mr. Brennan about whether you saw a dumpster that night. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
In the aftermath of January 29th of 2022, was a dumpster all over the news for the next 3.5 years?
Not that I'm aware of.
Good question.
You were asked about going through your route with the defense investigator and giving a statement to the defense investigator.
Yes.
How soon after January 29th of 2022 was that?
2 weeks.
Were the events fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Finally, oh, actually not finally, I got 2 more points, but they're both brief. You had mentioned that that night you actually misjudged and hit a net.
Yes.
Can you describe the basketball apparatus that, and I'm going to ask you what part of it you hit, but describe what that looks like.
It's got a base with wheels on it. It's portable, so you can move it in and out. And it's got the basketball frame, and it's got the backboard and then rim.
Okay. So this is not a pole that was cemented into the ground.
Correct.
So perhaps we're all familiar with it, the black base that maybe you put sandbags on,
Correct.
that type of thing to keep it in place, but it does have wheels?
Correct.
All right, and you mentioned the net. The net is the rope netting that comes down, correct?
Correct.
There's also a hoop that keeps the net in place?
Yes.
And the pole.
This is
Correct.
the
The base.
whitest
Correct.
description of
Of
a
all those
basketball hoop
things,
I've ever heard.
What part did your Franken truck actually catch?
It caught the net in the little bit part of the frame of the the frame where the net was.
Something that you saw from the beginning, you just misjudged the distance.
Correct.
Now, finally, with regard to the 5:30 testimony that you gave last year,
Yes.
did you also testify that the last pass that you tried to make when the police were blocking the scene was about 3 hours after that 3:30 second up and down?
Yes.
So why is it last year that you testified that it was 3 hours later, but you came up with the time of 5:30 as the final time?
As he's asking me these questions, I'm trying to do the math in my head. I'm sorry, math is not my strong suit.
Oh, man, poor
What
guy.
time
It's
was
like
it
the
when you made
sweetest
that final
thing.
pass, sir?
6:15. 6:15, 6:30.
I have nothing further.
Devastating for the state. I mean,
You mentioned
great
you're trying
witness.
to do the math in your head. There is no reason why you would specifically remember certain times on each pass other than trying to remember and give an accounting, right?
Could you rephrase that, please?
Sure. You don't have your watch out on a certain schedule that you have to pass a certain street at a certain time.
Correct.
You weren't marking your times to some event when you were driving up and down the street that night, were you?
No.
So you're trying to go back with your memory and piece it together the best you can.
Correct.
And that's why you're giving estimates, yes? And when you
Correct.
spoke to those law enforcement officials, not Canton, not state police, and you said at 3 o'clock you saw first responder vehicles, that was based on your memory, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was based on your memory,
Not at 3:30.
right? Do you know that there was a car similar to a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. that morning?
I wasn't able to get in front of Fairview Drive, 34 Fairview, at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Have you ever met Kerry Roberts before?
I have not.
Counsel just asked you if there was a lot of media about this case, and you said that there was.
I,
Did he just ask you a question about whether there was a lot of attention on this case? Did he just talk to you about everything that happened after this case, all the attention on this case? Remember his question about all the attention after this case?
he asked specifically a question about the dumpsters.
And he said that wasn't subject to a lot of attention, was it?
Correct.
Right. But this case was.
The case itself, yes.
The people involved in this case were subject to a lot of attention.
Correct.
And you spoke to the defense investigator after this case as far as attention is concerned. You remember speaking to the investigator on June 5th, 2023.
Yes.
And do you know, coincidentally, that is the day that the blogger put out the articles on you, accusing you of not doing the right thing? May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a document. Let's take a look at that document. What day is that document dated?
June 5th, 2023.
Without reading it, that document talks about you.
Correct.
And your friends and people in the community talked to you about this article, didn't they?
Not specifically this article, but they were sending me stuff that were being printed about me, yes.
Why don't you take a little look at what's said and you can tell us whether that's the same type of information that was being conveyed to you through intermediaries.
Can you ask that question again, please?
Okay, sir. Was this some of the kind of attention that you were receiving on June 5th after you spoke to the defense investigator?
Yes.
Like come sidebar?
Okay.
Whoa, we have a sidebar. Amazing. Yeah, I think this witness has been fantastic for the defense, terrible for the state. Hank looks bad. The witness looks great. Yannetti just completely rehabbed his discrepancy on the timeline, and he had a perfectly rational and normal explanation for it. You know, like, hey, let's try and do math in my head. I got it wrong. Sorry. It's like, oh, and it doesn't matter that he got it wrong. It's not like the time difference was a critical one or anything. You know, Hank was just trying to use that time difference to suggest that he has a bad memory, but he doesn't have a bad memory. He's bad at math. That's amazing. Like, what a fantastic turnabout for that witness, because all of his memories sounded very credible. When he didn't remember something, he simply said, I don't know. I don't remember. And he came across as just so honest. Fantastic. All around great witness. Let's see, what do we got here?
I believe that this man has sub-average cognition resulting from his partial Gamorrean ancestry. Also, I want to sag your blood.
Jokes aside, the fact that the McCabes hate this guy indicates that he's probably a decent person. Also, everyone should try out the new voices on Super Tips.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the endorsement. I agree. Everyone should try out the new voices. The Dr. Wolf voice is really good. I'm sorry it's so loud. Let me fix that. I keep forgetting. For whatever reason, OBS is not preserving my volume adjustments on every time that I open it. So I do apologize for the ear rape.
Is the state of Massachusetts present in this Admiralty courtroom?
Address me as Brigitte Macron, Mistress of France.
I knew it. Wake up, Barnes. Call Alex Jones.
The Viva voice is really good, too.
The whistles go, woo, woo.
All rise for the court, please.
Whoa. Come on. Sounds like we're going to the morning break. That's what I believe is happening right now. They didn't really come out and announce it, but the audio came on just for the witnesses or the jury to be removed. So.
Objection, Your Honor. Hank Brennan is a pissy man baby with a brain even smaller than his genitalia.
Overruled. I sucked Mr. Brennan's wiener this morning, and it was about the same size as Kurt's.
Oh,
Speaking
no.
of Kurt, I'm jealous that his mammaries are even bigger than my Judge Cannone cannons.
Judge Cannone cannons. I think it's an official micropene of one. I think that was in there. What do you guys think? I think we can count it, personally. And Alex Jones' voice would be good. Yeah, maybe. I haven't done too many, or thought of too many celebrity voices. Mostly because it's like the voices of people who are more relevant to the channel is what I'm focused on. The channel and the stuff we've been watching and all that stuff.
Mr. Laughlin, do the carbon monoxide levels at the ice rink affect your mental capacities?
This judge is a joke. She should be impeached and disbarred for asking such a question.
There we go. There's Robert Barnes, of course. Jesse Ventura voice. Thermite paint. That guy was so funny.
Brennan's treatment of our good friend Lucky, the Franken truck driver, shows he's competing with a certain lawyer for micropene of the year.
You know what I love about the Alessi voice? It's got the echo from him yelling and screaming in the courtroom built into it. It sounds like he's yelling in court. It's good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think the Barnes voice needs a little bit of work. But the Alessi voice is great. It's like Alessi and Ronnie can just sit and yell at each other. So again, it is Killdozer Day. Happy Killdozer Day to everybody out there. Just a subtle reminder that liberty is worth defending. Marvin Heemeyer was a lot of things, but one thing he was a man who was thwarted in his simple endeavors of trying to live and build, was thwarted by a local government and its incessant need to self-corrupt and to develop its own power structure rather than serve its citizens. And he is a prime example of what happens when a man is pushed beyond his cognitive ability to achieve the goals in life because of a false hurdle of a mini tyrant. And Marvin Heemeyer went on a quest of destruction in a custom-built bulldozer cement tank. He did so without killing a single person, but by delivering punishment to the town who was punishing him. I wouldn't say he was a stable man. I wouldn't say that his approach was ultimately the best, but it has been memorable and it's left a lasting impression on me and just about everybody I've, actually talked to tell the story. And there's a quote that he has, and it was, sometimes reasonable men must do unreasonable things or take unreasonable action. One of those two things. And it is, it's emblematic of the place that he was, felt he was pushed to. And it's also just a subtle reminder of how devastating the influence of a small time or of a small but tyrannical government's, just the level of power that it has over people, because their lives require a permission slip. And our country was not founded on the idea that our life required a permission slip. It was founded on the idea that the government who rules over us was given a permission slip by us, and it can be taken back at any moment, violently if necessary. After the killdozer was confiscated, after Heemeyer died inside of it and the city received it, they were so terrified of the machine and the symbolism of it that they dismantled the machine into its component parts and sent them to different junkyards around the country so that no one could actually acquire the machine and put it back together. They were terrified of the symbol of one man's revolt against a tyrannical small town tyrant. I mean, the tyranny was minor in the scheme of things, but it was major in the context of Marvin Heemeyer's life. Again, imagine every single action you take just to try to live, to build a business, to establish your life, and to build out your own work and achievement. Imagine every single attempt at that is thwarted by a government with no explanation or reasoning that seems to be working in collusion with the people around you. And at some point, you just feel hopeless. Like, how could he ever expect to succeed at anything when every effort that he takes is imposed upon by power-hungry administrators? So cheers to Marvin Heemeyer. A cheers to the killdozer. A cheers to the small reminders and the sacrifices of those that have gone before us, who chose to give up everything in the service of liberty. Though it may seem ridiculous and a joke to some, the killdozer isn't a joke, and it should long stand as the symbol of how terrified a government is of the citizenry when they just stand up. Because one man so terrified his own government, so terrified them without killing a single person, that they had to decommission and dismantle his instrument and send it across, scattering its ashes across the entire nation. I think that was a mistake on their part. I think the symbolism is a sprinkling of liberty and the sprinkling of an unending vow against tyranny across the entire nation, spreading the ashes of that entire concept. So a cheers to Heemeyer. May he drive that beautiful bulldozer into Valhalla. I shouldn't drink soda. It's toxic. That's true. San Diego tank rampage is crazy too. Yeah, I think I remember that. I mean, I'm pretty sure I remember a tank like just busting through a house or whatever. What should we do today? Oh, I've got some. I should pull up these filings that I have. So many filings. Just a reminder, you can check out any AI voices at supertip.gg/RL. Those links are pinned at the top of each chat, YouTube and Rumble. And it's also in the description of the video on both YouTube and Rumble. Tons of AI voices, more to come. It's a blast. Where was I? Oh, yes, here we go. Okay. So we've got thank you to Amy who sends me a lot of this stuff. Let's check this one out. So here we go. We have got there's a bunch of filings going on. So we're just going to kind of take it as we can. More cooking with Kurt, no cooking with Kurt. I don't know that there's Bessie Rose, we got Viva and Barnes. I don't know that there are many more cooking with Kurt videos, but we'll have to check it out. All right, so here we have the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth's motion to preclude new opinion testimony by defense expert Derek Ellington. So here we have, again, the Commonwealth moving to keep an expert away from the defense. See, there's a problem here. The ability to bring in experts should be disproportionately favorable towards the defendant. That, to me, should be stated. You'll find prosecutors whining and bitching, and Hank Brennan has done this too. Oh, it's not fair. It's not fair. Things should be fair between the state and the defendant, but they shouldn't be. They actually should not. They should be weighed heavily in favor of the defendant. The state should have to follow every rule. The defendant should get tons of, both sides should have to follow every rule. Let me rephrase what I was saying. The state should be subject to a higher level of scrutiny in bringing in experts and in the witness testimony that they generate. The defense should actually get a liberal should have a liberal and permissive perspective on the calling of witnesses, in particular experts, to levy a competent defense for them. And the reason is the state holds all of the cards and is bringing an action to remove the defendant's liberty. The defendant's ability to defend themselves should be maximized, not minimized and truncated. And I really, really, really hate that a state can prevent an expert from testifying on behalf of a defendant. Like, how insane is that? We're prosecuting you, but we won't even let you hire someone who could tell the jury about why about a certain aspect of the case, who could bring extra knowledge to it that might get you off of the charges, that might show that you didn't commit the criminal act, or that the state cannot complete its case and prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Why is a defendant precluded from doing that to the maximum? It doesn't make any sense. There should be no notion of fairness as from the state as a reason to justify their truncating or non-permission of defense, because these trials are inherently unfair. The state is an entity, a powerful beast that is in charge of every part of the process, and it is the accuser, and its resources are near unlimited compared to the average person. So to then block their ability through procedure to levy a competent defense is something that should be offensive to all of us. That being said, let's do this. On June 1st, 2025, the defense produced the Commonwealth a new report from defense expert Derek Ellington. The new report appeared with no prior notice from the defense that it was forthcoming, and it was dropped on the Commonwealth 3 months after Mr. Ellington's prior report in this case, in the midst of this trial, and after the Commonwealth had rested its case in chief. So what? So what? You're the Commonwealth. You brought the action. Again, the defendant getting evidence later in the game should be permissive to a higher degree than the Commonwealth bringing evidence later in the game. Because again, the state is carrying the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are if your burden is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of someone else, but you have the ability to hamstring their defense, you're not talking about a fair situation just by nature. Like, that's inherently unfair. Okay, so here we go. Mr. Ellington now offers new opinions on entirely different issues that were not set forth in his prior report. This is so dishonest because they can take this report and have their experts rebut it on rebuttal. They have time. They have time to generate a report or a contrary opinion to this expert, and they have the means to bring it up because they would be able to call their own witness in rebuttal to specifically address this. It would be well within the scope, obviously, because the defense is going to call this person to testify. So what is the state's fucking problem here? It'd be way different if it were the defense, because the defense doesn't get a rebuttal, right? Like, so if the state were bringing in another witness at this point, or even in rebuttal, then the defense would have a claim that that's unfair. They wouldn't get a chance to address it with their own expert. But this, the defense or the state has plenty of time to generate a report with a contrary opinion from one of their own experts and to, address it on rebuttal. There's no reason to exclude this testimony. Pisses me off immediately. Tim W says, are you building anything in your garage? That's a weird question. Why do you ask? Let's see. To prevent further ambush of the Commonwealth by the defense, which again, in concept it's impossible. They're not on the offense. They're on the defense. They can't really ambush. I know ambush typically is done by someone defending something. Don't get me wrong. But they can't really ambush the state. There's no surprise that the state is doing. The defendant has no burden to prove anything. The defendant has an interest in disproving things brought by the state, of course, but they don't have any requirement or burden to prove anything. So the onus is not on them. They don't need to set up an ambush. There's no surprise necessary. They just levy a defense. So to prevent further ambush of the Commonwealth by the defense in this case, he should not be permitted to testify to his new opinions. If he is allowed to do so, the Commonwealth hereby provides notice that it will present rebuttal testimony on those issues. Okay, that's fine. Let's get the facts on the record.
Could we hear more Jesse Ventura impressions? Maybe background The defense previously disclosed to the Commonwealth a 13-page report from Mr. Ellington dated March 3rd, 2025. A copy of that prior report is attached as Exhibit A. Essentially, the report quotes from or describes portions of the reports of Mr. Whiffen, Ms. Hyde, and Trooper Nicholas Goriano concerning certain data retrieved from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone for the time period of January 28th to 29th of 2022. And then states whether Mr. Ellington agrees or disagrees with the analysis and findings of those other experts. Mr. Ellington's specific conclusions and opinions appear on page 9 to 12 of his report. The Ventura voice sounds like it hurts to do. No, it's not bad, actually. Hold on, let me get the next page of this thing. This is three pages long, so we should be able to get through all of it. Oh wait, we do also have some super chats though. I should hit real quick. Let's see. Ben Togel says this guy is what would happen if Kurt got a job. The Iceman says, Nick, I like this witness, but he got damaged on cross by Lally last time. I think Brennan might tear him up because he is a better questioner than Lally. I don't think Brennan tore him up, though. I think your prediction was merited, but wrong. You should admonish yourself and think about what you did. Ben Togel says, is this Isaac Baruch 2.0? He came across very similar, right? Like Isaac was just a damn likable. This guy wasn't as charismatic as Isaac, and I think someone said he might be somewhere on the spectrum, which I can see. I can see that for sure. But even if he is, like he still comes across as it's very genuine and authentic, and of course having that sort of spectrum feel to him makes him very sympathetic, I think, to the jury, and a very big risk for someone like Brennan who just talks like an asshole to everybody. Moon is a member. 15 months as Nick used NVIDIA broadcast to fix audio with AI. I have a 3090 Ti, and I don't know that it handles it. The NVIDIA broadcast stuff imposes a pretty big delay in the audio that you have to. My understanding is you have to resync it with the video later, unless you have like a 5090 or 5080 or whatever. Blitzen sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for that, Blitzen. Appreciate that a lot. Rascal on the Moon says, did you ever buy the Killdozer Hot Wheels toy? Someone sent it to me. I have it. It's somewhere in my office. Oh, there. It's right over there. I'll grab it when I go get a snack and go to the bathroom in a second. Linz sent a super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Linz. What do we got here? All right, back to this. So opinions or analysis regarding either the data on the defendant's iPhone or any data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone after the time the device came into the possession of law enforcement. On June 1st, the defense produced to the Commonwealth a new 16-page report from Mr. Ellington dated that same day. Copy of this new report is attached as Exhibit B. In his new report, Mr. Ellington states that he, quote, was asked to focus specifically on activity and interactions logged on the 2 devices, i.e. the iPhones belonging to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, after the times of seizure and surrender of the devices to the ultimate custody of the Massachusetts State Police. And that's an interesting question, isn't it? What happened to these things after they got into the custody of the state police? Scooter McDuder says, it's also shitty knowing this poor guy was the one they initially planned to pin John's death on. See, I wasn't aware of that, but that makes sense. Yeah, he was the plow driver, so they could make the claim that he struck John or whatever with the plow. Can you do a Lisa Boswell impression? I don't know who Lisa Boswell is. Who the hell is Lisa Boswell? Okay, anyway, back to this. Including a review of GPS data points captured on the Reed phone. Nowhere in the report does he explain why he was asked to perform this new analysis. Who cares? Or when he received such direction from the defense. Again, who cares? It doesn't. That's not really relevant. Why were they asking you to do this and when? Does it matter? He's been asked to do it. They believe he's their expert and they believe it will be useful to check into that information. Lisa Boswell, who are these podcast related trans women? And someone said she's in the chat. Oh, there. What's up, Lisa Boswell? How you doing? I don't know who you are, but you're in the chat. Other people seem to know who you are. Nice to meet you. Let's see. Nor does he offer any explanation for why this new analysis was not included in his prior report. Well, because he wasn't asked to do it. That seems really easy. I don't understand why that's a tough question. Can you do your impression of D? D who? Oh, if you say D's nuts, I'm going to be pissed. Let's see. Indeed, Mr. Ellington identifies the materials that he relied on for his new report, all of which were available to him at the time of his prior report. Accompanying this new report were several new spreadsheets of information that he created and that were not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. Again, I don't care. Like, I think that the defense finding any sort of evidence that helps build out the factual record that should be given broad latitude to bring it to court. Like saying, sorry, you can't defend yourself because you happen to discover this information late. I guess it didn't happen then. Got him. Got him. Let's see. On June 2nd, the defense provided a one-page amendment to the June 1st report, clarifying a notification on John O'Keefe's cell phone. A copy of the amendment is attached as Exhibit C. Mr. Ellington now purports to discuss and opine on industry standard best practices for handling seized devices, investigate the timeline and circumstances surrounding the seizure and the forensic imaging of the two phones by law enforcement, and conclude that, quote, there is no evidence to support that the devices were handled properly by law enforcement, and thus, allegedly, there is and will always be a high level of uncertainty regarding the validity and accuracy of the O'Keefe and Reed mobile device data. Well, I can see why the Commonwealth doesn't want that from expert testimony coming in, right? That makes sense that they would not like this in the slightest. So now we have some argument. Mr. Ellington's June 1st, 2025 report presents opinions and analysis that are entirely new, beyond the scope of his prior March 3rd report. Who cares? The scope of his report is not limited. It's only limited. Well, I mean, it's limited to his expertise, obviously. His new opinions and analysis could and should have been addressed in his prior report if the defense intended to raise these issues. That's insane. Like, sorry, you should have thought of this earlier. Well, we didn't. It is far too late to do so now after the Commonwealth has completed its case in chief. But you can address it on rebuttal, so that's not true. And its digital forensic experts have already testified. They're all subject to recall on rebuttal. Moreover, the defense has indicated that they intend to call Mr. Ellington tomorrow. Commonwealth has not had and will not have sufficient time to prepare for those new opinions before he testifies. Even if the defense should be permitted to present these opinions in violation of their discovery obligations, in the interest of basic fairness, you know what? To the Commonwealth, fuck you and your fairness. You deserve nothing. You should have nothing other than the hardest time possible prosecuting your citizenry, depriving them of liberty. The Commonwealth has not had and will not have sufficient time to prepare for those new opinions before he testifies, even if the defense should be permitted to present these opinions in violation of their discovery obligations. In the interest of basic fairness, the defendant should be precluded from eliciting any testimony concerning the topics, opinions, and analysis in Mr. Ellington's new report. Respectfully submitted for the Commonwealth, Hank Brennan, Adam Mullally, Laura McLaughlin, and Caleb Schillinger. Again, and that's an absurdly frustrating proposition. No, they shouldn't be allowed to levy a good defense because they didn't do it when we thought they should do it. There should be a timeline on your defense. Is that it's not unusual shirt? No, I don't think so. Whistling Diesel is building a replica Killdozer. Awesome. Tim W says, lol, because it's Killdozer Day, your small town did you wrong. I've been done dirty, man. There's some things that have definitely happened that should not have happened. And I can't definitively say at this point that that they were done intentionally, but you know, a lot of subtle screw ups start to look like a lot of intentional actions after some point. And there have been several unlawful disclosures in my case that have been specifically damaging to my reputation, mainly because those disclosures paint a very incomplete picture, and people are allowed to run in their minds with what they believe is going on. And there's no way to stop that, right? Like people's speculation based on whatever amount of information that they have is going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it, which is why it's so critical that government entities be in control of their data and not have data released to the public that should not be released to the public. So anyway. You've been wearing some particularly gay shirts these past 2 days. I know. It's so fun to me. Yeah, I decided to start wearing all my button-ups. No regrets on that one. I think it's a good decision. All right, so we have now see, this is amazing. Amazing that look at this next motion from the state. Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion for discovery from Aperture. So defendant says, hey, Aperture has some data that we haven't had access to and we should have it. And they're opposed to giving it to him. That's crazy. Dark Knight says, as long as it was intentional. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Plus, I've now been allegedly accused of drug trafficking. So I figured I should wear shirts that make it look like I have been engaged in drug trafficking. For the record, and openly stating I have never engaged in drug trafficking. I mean, unless I guess you consider buying drugs for personal use drug trafficking, but that's not typically what's meant. So anyway, thank you, Cindy Thompson. I appreciate that. It's very nice of you. So here we go. The court ordered that the Commonwealth expert witness, Dr. Welcher, may testify on rebuttal as a remedy for the defense's multiple deliberate Rule 14 violations in connection with their own expert, ARCA. Dr. Welcher is presently engaged in additional testing for the purpose of rebuttal to ARCA, and he intends to use a presentation during his rebuttal testimony, as he did on direct. The Commonwealth has so notified the defense and has further provided the defense with a description of this additional testing. The testing data / materials and the presentation will be produced to the defense as soon as they are completed. So again, the Commonwealth has no problem producing a late hour report and dropping it on the defense. Thermasius says every so often you robot Also, did you get the comp fix? No, which is probably why the roboting is occurring. I have to. There isn't a store in my town that sells all-in-one coolers. Walmart may have one from time to time, but it's only going to have a 2-fan one, and I don't know that it's a sufficient amount of cooling for the processor I have. I think I have a Ryzen 5950X, if I remember right, which, let's see. I'm checking because I found a 3950X just sitting around. I don't know. Like when I bought both of those processors, they were obviously they were great. But nowadays, I don't know if those are even good anymore. Oh wait, I can't check this. I'm on my laptop. You have no micro center out there. I do. It's 2 hours away. People forget I live in the middle of nowhere. Like I live way out in the sticks. The closest thing we have is a Walmart. We have a shitty Target. It's not even a super Target. And that's it. That's the only things in town that sell any sort of tech outside of, cell phone stores. So, the closest Best Buy is an hour away. That's my best bet for something. Okay, so back to this. Sorry. The Commonwealth is mindful of the trial schedule and is working with Dr. Welcher to complete and produce these materials as quickly as possible, given Dr. Welcher's personal and professional obligations, including other cases scheduled for a trial. By way of their Rule 14 motion, the defense is demanding the same type of detailed testing, disclosure, and production of information that the court ordered the defense to disclose as a sanction for their repeated and intentional Rule 14 violations. So, sounds like basic fairness for me. Moreover, demanding this information so that the ARCA witness may try and use it to preempt Dr. Welcher's testimony, in effect to prevent a rebuttal before Dr. Welcher even testifies on rebuttal, is improper. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. What is he talking about? A common approach to legal argument is to anticipate the argument of your opponent and undermine it ahead of time. Here we go. There's one more page of this motion. So at the same time, the defense is demanding more information from the Commonwealth. They still have not turned over a presentation that the ARCA witnesses intend to use during their testimony. To the extent that presentation includes information not previously disclosed, it may necessitate further or additional rebuttal analysis by Dr. Welcher. Rebuttal analysis. The Commonwealth also needs a fair opportunity to review the presentation in advance of the ARCA witness's testimony to prepare for cross-examination. The Commonwealth will continue to work to get the defense Dr. Welcher's rebuttal testing and materials as soon as possible. In the meantime, and because it potentially impacts that testing, the defense should produce the presentation and any other materials the ARCA witnesses intend to use at trial. The defense's motion should be denied. So they want the ARCA report, but they want to deny the defense's attempt to acquire the report that they're producing. Like the Commonwealth in this case is just routinely engaged in unfair maneuvers to try and prevent Karen Reed's team from mounting a proper defense. Like they're trying to win by procedure and legal strategy rather than by presenting a factual case that shows beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty. I hate that aspect of prosecutions.
So how long till you sue me, or are you too busy seething and morphing into your final form as Skeletor?
It's not up to me to sue Aaron or not. Well, I mean, I guess there are things I could attempt to sue Aaron for. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that in any capacity. The person who has a much better suit against him would be, of course, Kayla. She has basically a slam dunk suit against him. but I don't know if she wants to do it or not. Like that's up to her. I mean, I know what I would want to do. 'Cause I would bury him without hesitation. Wait, where the? This is not. That's not the tab I want. Where the fuck did it go? We gotta find this trial here. It's disappeared on me. How obnoxious. There we go. There we go. But it's not up to me. It's up to the person who's, who's been victimized by him. And despite the rumors that I'm the source of anything that happens, I'm not. I've not pressured her in any way to engage in any kind of legal action, one way or another. Any engagement of this shit is a revisiting of, some kind of traumatic memories, and really don't want to do that. But at the same time, serving justice would be really, really sweet. And it'd be doubly sweet in this case because he thinks it's over and it's done. He keeps talking about how
Mr. Brennan,
great of a job his lawyers did, but your lawyers probably should have had you make an Alford plea, you idiot, instead of admitting to a whole bunch of facts.
Sorry, I have just a few more questions.
Amount to a violation.
When I had mentioned about meeting the defense investigator on
You'll lose,
June
and you
5th,
won't even get to fight.
2023, I misspoke. It was June 5th, 2024. Does that sound more like it?
Yes.
June 5th, 2024.
Brennan,
was that before?
you're the
shortly
one who got
before
it wrong
you
this
testified
time.
before?
Yes.
You were asked on redirect examination whether any dumpsters got any attention about this case. The question I was asking is, did you notice things that might have been open and obvious? And you have no memory of an actual dumpster in the area, correct?
Correct.
If I could have on the screen Exhibit 37, still photo from that clip.
Is that a break or lunch? That was a break. They typically do lunch around noon Central, 1 Eastern. Wait, today's supposed to be a half day? Is that true?
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
What audio issues are you talking about? I'm not aware of any. I don't go back and listen or anything. So, what audio issues are you suggesting need fixing?
It's a video that I'll stop at a certain point.
Okay.
Exhibit 71.
Okay, so they're going to go until 1 their time and then just wrap it up. All right. Didn't I just wear that shirt? No, it's very.
Sir, do you notice the big red dumpster to the right
You'll
side?
look at it.
across from
There's
Fairview?
yesterday I wore a shirt that is the same color scheme. It's black and gold, but it is a completely different pattern. So you can,
Yes.
but your confusion is
Take that
understandable.
down. Sir, when we started the break, I'd asked you some questions. I showed you a document, asked you if you were aware what was inside that document, and you mentioned that was around June 5th, 2023. That was before your last testimony in this case?
Yes.
And you knew that a person or persons were putting out private pictures of you online?
I did notice.
And those private pictures, you didn't give anybody permission or want that attention, did you?
I did not.
In fact, it wasn't just some private pictures, it was pictures taken from a number of different times in your life, correct?
Yes.
I hear
never
ice
gave
cracking.
anybody permission to do that.
I did not.
You didn't want people
So
talking
you think the
about
jury
you
made
or
up their
asking you
minds?
questions
No.
that was none of their business,
Not
did you?
entirely.
I did not.
And it was embarrassing that you were being made this public spectacle when you had done nothing wrong, correct?
Ask it differently.
Was it embarrassing what they were doing to you?
I wouldn't say embarrassing as more as aggravating.
In fact, they were calling your boss.
Oh, my neck. Oh.
Yes?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes.
And you mentioned how hard you work.
Yes.
Plow, you even deliver peaches to 8 years.
Yes.
Zamboni, anytime you can work, you try hard, don't you?
I do.
And when someone's calling your boss,
Background noise from the court.
giving undue attention to you, didn't it create some concern it could affect your livelihood?
I did not think it was going to affect me in that manner.
In addition to dragging you into this, because of you, your brother was dragged into this, wasn't he?
Ask it differently.
When you were getting this information about what was happening, you learned that they were also dragging your brother into this because of you, correct?
I'll sustain that.
Did you learn that information was coming out about your brother?
I knew my brother was dealing with other issues regarding this case.
And certainly, you're close with your brother.
Yes.
You care for your brother.
Yes.
You did not want to upset anybody and have more attention brought onto your brother, did you?
I did not.
And there was an attempt to link your brother to one of the Alberts, in fact, correct?
Yes.
As well as you.
I don't know if I was being linked.
Did you know the information of trying to so-called out you about the fact that you work for Chris Albert?
I'm going to sustain that the words first.
Were you aware when your friends and family were telling you about what was going on, about an attempt to draw a relationship between you and the Alberts?
No.
And were you aware when people were telling you what was happening, that there was on?
Yes, I was aware of that.
And certainly, that is pretty discouraging when that is happening when you've done nothing wrong, isn't it?
It was, again, aggravating.
And this was all happening before you came in and testified last time at trial.
Correct.
After you testified, things got better?
I wouldn't say better. It's gotten a little more easily manageable.
You were no longer being harassed, you were being embraced.
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that part of the embracing process after you testified a certain way at the last trial?
It was after I testified, yes.
With redactions, I'm going to introduce a select portion of this.
So I need to see what that is. I'm just sidebar and make this very brief, please.
Sad bear. Sad bear. Bear. Bah. Well, I didn't know it was going to be a half day. I might fire up another stream. We'll see. I gotta check what's going on around the house. What's for lunch today? I don't know. Speaking of, I'm not going to go grab lunch or take that long.
So that's
If you need
next
to go to
in
the bathroom,
evidence,
I'll be
Madam
right back.
Clerk. Madam Court Reporter, please.
212.
And I just showed you a photograph. Was that a fair and accurate depiction of you after your last testimony?
Yes.
Reflecting you now being embraced rather than attacked?
Yes.
Could we show the photo, please, Ms. Gilman, with the court's permission?
Yes.
And that's you, Mr. Laughlin?
Yes.
You can take that down, please. Thank you for your time.
Just very briefly, sir, if I might, Your Honor.
Sure.
Mr. Laughlin, I should say, the questioning about the attention that you received in 2023 when you received secondhand the information from the blogger, was that before or long after you were interviewed and gave a statement to the defense investigator in February of 2022?
It was long after.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lockman, you are all set, sir. Okay. There are another witnesses.
The defense calls Karina Kolakifis.
All right, do you need to see me before she's coming in, or will that be in a while?
I can't remember.
Why don't you come on up really quickly? We can have the witness. Identification.
Follow me. Then guys, step up. Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Good afternoon.
May I proceed, Ron?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell both your first name and your last name?
Sure. My name's Karina Kolakithis. It's Karina. Last name Kolakithis. Kolokithas.
That's almost as bad as the name.
It's long.
In what town do you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived there?
We've lived there for 22 years.
Where did you grow up?
So I initially grew up in Randolph, and then we moved to Braintree, and I finished my last 3 years of high school and stayed there till I was married.
And where did you go to school after high school?
So after high school, I went to Northeastern University. I did the pharmacy program there.
And what is your profession?
I'm a pharmacist.
How long have you worked as a pharmacist?
So total years is about 30 years as a pharmacist, but I have been at my current job for about 24 years.
Are you married?
I am married.
To whom?
His name is Nicholas Kolakithis.
How long have you been married for?
24 years.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children.
And without giving us their names, can you tell us if you have boys or girls and what their ages are?
So I have 2 girls. One is 19 and one is 17.
Have you raised your children in Canton?
Yes, I have.
Do your children play sports, or have they played sports in Canton?
I have both girls played sports in Canton. One actively is playing sports there, and one is in college. So she's not playing sports.
Understood. What sports have your girls played? From raising your children in Canton and attending their sporting events, I'm assuming, have you met other parents with children on your daughter's teams?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, did you come to know Jennifer and Matthew McCabe?
Yes, I have.
And is that the way that you came to know them?
Correct. Typically, like that's how we came to become friends with people, through the sports.
Now, prior to January 28th of 2022, how long had you known Jennifer McCabe specifically?
I would say about 10 years or so.
And during that time, what was the nature of your relationship with Jennifer McCabe?
So we were just friends through the kids. Multiple kids did different sports. They played on different sports teams, so we were friends through that.
And how often, or if at all, did you socialize with her and or her husband?
So typically, sometimes if the kids had play dates, it was mostly my youngest daughter, to be honest. So my youngest daughter and one of her daughters were good friends and played on similar sporting teams. So they would have play dates and stuff like that. So sometimes we'd see them after a game, or if they had a play date or something like that.
And I'm sorry, it's a little loud with the fan. If the last part of your answer, if I didn't hear it, I'm thinking the jurors might not have heard that. You said it was mostly after games? After
like sporting, like after play dates or, sports and stuff like that.
I see. And would there be times where, after a game you go out for pizza, that type of thing?
Yeah, like you'd go out for pizza, or the girls would be like, hey, Mom, can we have a play date? Can a couple of the girls, come over the house and,
okay.
do stuff like that?
Prior to January 28th of 2022, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe same way. His niece and my younger daughter were good friends, are good friends. So same thing, we knew him through the sports as well. My husband coached his niece in a couple teams, and they also played soccer together, so that's how we knew John.
And do you remember how long you would have known him for before January 28th of 2022?
I would say about 9 years or so.
And what was the nature of that relationship?
Friendly. Didn't go out with him, but we were friends. We saw him all the time. He would, take my younger daughter with him.
Reed. Did you know Karen Reed prior to January 28th?
Was at Jennifer McCabe's house sometime in 2020.
2020?
Correct.
So this was during the pandemic?
Correct.
And do you see Karen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She is wearing a blue suit at the table with her lawyers.
Okay. May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Ms. Reed?
Okay.
It was a long coat break.
Now,
Yes, it would be.
prior to January 28th of 2022, how often would you have seen or interacted with Karen Reed in any capacity, if you know?
So Karen sometimes would come to watch games of John's niece. So I would see her there, and we would just casually talk.
And what was the nature of your relationship with her prior to January 28th of 2022?
We were friendly.
All right. Now, directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you recall
Yeah, I think
that
I need to
being a
go
Friday?
grab
Correct.
supplemental power
What
supply.
did you do that day
So that day I worked.
as a pharmacist?
Correct.
Do you recall what your hours were?
Approximately, I would say 8 to 4:30 that day.
What plans did you have after work?
I hear ice cracking.
So
Welcome.
after work, my
Welcome to Paralegal.
plans were to go to the Canton High basketball game to watch my daughter play.
And what plans came up for before the game that night?
So before the game, before I left work, there was a text that went around saying that some of the parents were going to meet at the Canton Junction before the game, and if anybody wanted to stop by and grab a bite to eat.
And what is the Canton Junction?
So it used to be like a little pub/restaurant in Canton.
Did you go to the Canton Junction?
So I went home first because I went home first. I had a bag I had to switch out of because we have to have plastic clear bags at work. So anyway, so I went home, and then after that, I stopped at the Canton Junction.
Okay. And did you go alone or with someone?
So I went by myself.
Oh, did you?
And when you got there, did you see people that you knew?
Correct. So I walked in, and there was a bunch of parents there.
Is she
from
part of the
varsity
swinger group? Need your
teams.
expertise. Hold on.
The varsity team.
I have to observe more.
Excuse me. Was either John O'Keefe or Karen Reed there?
They were not there.
What about Jennifer McCabe and or Matthew McCabe, her husband?
I believe Matthew McCabe was there. I don't believe Jennifer went to the Canton Junction.
Now, how long were you at the Canton Junction for?
I would say less than an hour.
Do you recall about what time it was that you would have been leaving there?
I'm not really sure. The game started at 6:30, so before 6:30.
All right. And when you left the Canton Junction, where did you go?
I went to Canton High School to watch the game.
And in the gymnasium, with whom did you sit to watch your daughter's basketball game?
I'm not sure who I sat with, but it would have been those parents from the varsity team, whoever was there and wherever there was a spot.
Was it generally a custom that the parents of all the kids on the team would kind of congregate together in the stands?
Correct.
Do you recall what time the basketball game ended?
I believe the game ended around 8:30.
Where did you go after the basketball game?
So after the game ended, I went down and waited on the court for my daughter to come out of the locker room, greeted her, the players, and then I said to everybody, I'm going home.
Okay. And you did go home?
Correct. I went home after the game.
And having now made it home, what were your plans that night?
So my plans were to stay home. I was tired. I worked all day, watched the game. I was pretty much done with the day. So my plans were to stay home.
At some point, did those plans wind up changing?
So then I started getting text messages from my husband saying, you should come out. We're going to go to the waterfall. And I said, no, I'm not coming.
And what is the waterfall?
So that's a restaurant that has a bar, and it's in Canton on Washington Street.
Okay, so you've now told,
So
you've
she
given
wasn't
your
into
husband
it.
the stiff arm,
She
so
didn't
to
Correct.
speak, right? You're
Correct.
not going.
Not going.
So what happens?
So then he keeps on texting me. He's like, I'm at the waterfall. You should really come. It's fun. There's a band. And I was like, really? Like, I don't want to go. And then my kids got involved with the conversation.
And how did that affect your decision?
So they started saying to me, Mom, you never go out. You never do anything. You know, Dad's by himself. Just go. Keep him company while he eats. So I reluctantly went.
All right, so you were guilted into it.
Guilted 100% into it.
All right, so where did you go?
So then I went to the waterfall.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I believe I got there approximately 9:30 or so.
And when you first arrived there, who was there, if anyone, that you recognized?
So my husband was there, and then I recognized Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And what happened after you got there?
So after I got there, I walked in, and I said to my husband, I'm like, where's everybody from the basketball team? And he said, I don't know. They all sort of split up. He's like, don't worry. Just hang out here. I already ordered a sandwich, so just hang out with me while I eat, and then we'll go.
And were you introduced to anyone?
Yeah, so then Jennifer McCabe started introducing me to all her family. So I got to meet a lot of them. It was fun. It was a good time.
And do you recall specifically who you met?
So I think I believe I met. Well, she sort of just introduced me to whoever was at the table. So I'm not sure 100%, but just like the niece, her sister, her brother-in-law, like people like that.
All right, the Albert family?
Correct.
And when you're being introduced to a bunch of people at once, it can be tough to keep everybody's names straight at the time?
Right, it's kind of overwhelming. There was a lot of Jen's family.
Now, what were you drinking that night?
So that night I drank water.
And
Yeah, I'm not
before
buying.
time
I
you
don't
were
think
at the
she's
waterfall,
into
did you
it.
drink anything else except for water?
I only drank water that night.
Now, was there a point when you were going to leave the waterfall before they closed up for the night?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. You wound up leaving at a certain time, correct?
I never left.
Well, you left because you're in court today. You're not still at the waterfall.
Okay, correct.
So what I'm trying to get at is, at some point you left the waterfall, but was there a point before that where you were planning to go?
She's just
correct.
like
Tell us about that.
So my husband had eaten, and I said, you know what? I think I'm going to get going.
humble.
And
like-
I was about to get going, and then John and Karen walked in.
Okay. And when you say John and Karen, you're referring to?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And why did that
You
change
put
your
together
plans?
mom.
I was excited to see them. I liked Karen, so as soon as I saw her walk in, I was like, hey, I'm going to stay. I want to talk to her.
And what did you notice about John O'Keefe's mood when he arrived that night?
So John was very happy. His niece had just gotten into a private school called Bishop Fian, and that was like the first thing he was talking about. He was elated that she got in, and he was telling everybody about that.
And thereafter, how much interaction did you have with John and or Karen?
Karen and I probably spent the entire night talking. Maybe give or take some time that we didn't, but the majority of the time Karen and I were speaking together.
And if you had to estimate, how long a conversation did you have with Karen?
Maybe an hour, like 40, 50 minutes out of the hour. Like if we spent like an hour together, perhaps we spoke 50 minutes of those out of that hour.
And without telling us the content of the conversation, what was the subject matter, if you remember?
So Karen was also, she mentioned being excited about Kaylee getting into Bishop Fian. And well, when I first saw her, she first started talking about my daughter. So I saw her, she came in, she greeted me, and when we did start talking, she just started talking about my daughter and how much she really loved my daughter's relationship with John's niece.
Okay. And while you were having this conversation with Karen, was it an easy conversation back and forth?
Very easy.
Where were you located within the waterfall while you were having this conversation?
We were at a I don't remember where we were we were talking, we were sitting down talking at a table.
And how close did you get to her when you were speaking with her?
In order for someone to hear you, because of the band being so loud, we were probably a couple feet from each other.
And in what direction were you facing when you were speaking to her? And I'm talking in relation to Karen.
I don't remember if she was next to me at this point. She could have been next to me at this point.
All right. And your face would have been facing where?
At her.
Okay.
Illegal drug
actually
dealer.
was a question.
Extreme
I'm
way.
sorry. This is kind of a stilty way to talk, but I have to ask
No.
questions this way.
We were
And
face to face.
there you go. All right. So in other words, Karen was also facing you when she was speaking to you?
Correct.
Did you notice what Karen was drinking?
So she was drinking a drink out of, it was a clear liquid out of a clear glass, and I assumed it to be alcohol of some sort, but I'm not sure.
And while you were talking with her, can you describe, was the conversation coherent?
Very coherent.
Was she making sense?
She was.
Was she engaged in the conversation?
She was.
And did you make any observations regarding her sobriety?
She seemed fine to me.
And you're a pharmacist, correct?
I am a pharmacist.
And you were that night?
I was that night.
How much interaction did you see that Karen had with John O'Keefe?
They had some interaction.
And was there one specific interaction that stands out in your mind, then and today? And I'm talking about a physical interaction.
When they hugged at one point.
Okay. And did John come over to Karen at one point and do something?
He did.
What did he do?
So John went over to Karen and he gave her a kiss on the forehead.
Aw.
Okay. And that kiss on the forehead, why did that stand out to you?
So,
because John usually
honestly, I'd never seen something like that before. A boyfriend do to a girlfriend in public. Never saw that. So it just stood out to me. I was like, wow, that's the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Can we queue up?
She's a very small forehead. Maybe that's why she's never seen it.
Mr. Wolk. I'd like to go to approximately 11:36 and 41 seconds. And if we can, well, first of all, have you seen that video before, ma'am?
I have.
Do you recognize what Exhibit 22 depicts?
Yeah, I'm thinking, Jackie.
It shows the waterfall.
Not unusual at all.
And is that consistent with what it looked like when you were there that night?
Correct.
And you've
I
previously
kiss Kayla on the forehead all the
identified
time.
that as being a fair and accurate video of that
And
night?
I did before we were married, too.
If we could zoom in, well, first of all, again, let me try and lay a foundation. Where would you be, if you recall, at the waterfall within that video? To the right, to the left?
I'm in the right, in the black top, sitting on a chair.
Okay, could we zoom in on that area, Mr. Wolf? Okay, we've zoomed in. Do you see yourself?
I do.
And where are you seated?
So there's a white jacket on the back of a chair. That's me.
And do you see anybody else in that video that you now recognize?
I see Brian Higgins.
Okay. And when you say Brian Higgins, is that somebody that you had known prior to that night?
I did not know Brian.
He was one of the people you were introduced to?
Correct.
And you since have learned, put the face to the body, or I'm sorry, I should say the name to the body or the name to the face?
Correct.
All right. And where do you see Brian Higgins?
He has like an emblem on the back of like a sweatshirt.
All right, so his back is to the camera?
Correct.
And we have not located that pointer, have we? Thank you, sir. May I approach the
Yes.
Now, if you can, ma'am, would you please use that pointer to show where you are first?
That's me.
Okay. And Brian Higgins?
That's him.
All right. Do you recognize, at this point in the video, do you recognize anybody else?
Not right now.
Okay. If we could start to play it, Mr. Wolf. And stop for a second. I would ask you, as soon as you recognize somebody else, if you'd speak up and tell us to stop, and we'll pause.
Okay. So right there is Karen's head.
Okay. Is that the back of Karen's head, or?
Correct. So that's the back of her head.
All right.
And then
by the way, just so the record's clear, over Mr. Higgins' shoulder, there appears to be a face looking forward on the right shoulder. You see that, right?
correct.
You're not referring to that. You're referring to the long hair that's in back of that face.
Yeah. Could I point to it
Sure.
again? Okay. So I'm referring to that head right there.
Understood. Okay. And,
And then-
I think you had said something else?
And then that right there is John O'Keefe with the hat.
Okay. There's a ball cap.
Correct.
And on the video, as we're looking at it, it's to the right, up the top. It's to the right of the PM chyron there.
Right
up the
to the
top
right
of the screen.
Correct. Sorry.
If we could continue to play. Stop. What do you see?
So I see John giving Karen a kiss on the forehead.
Is that what you saw that night?
I did. I was looking right at them when it happened.
I was right
You were
there.
facing them.
I was facing them.
Right in the face.
What about Mr. Higgins? Where was he facing?
It appears that he's facing them as well.
That happened right in front of him.
That's what it looks like.
If we could play further. Okay, you can stop and we can take that down. Now, that night, did you have any information about the nature of Karen Reed's previous interactions with Brian Higgins?
None whatsoever.
Okay. How long did you stay at the Waterfall? Or if you recall about what time you got ready to leave?
I believe things wrapped up around midnight.
And with whom were you leaving around midnight?
So my husband and Matt McCabe stayed behind. They were helping the band clean up and stuff. So it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen Reed that walked out together.
Okay. And you've previously seen video footage of the end of the night with yourself, Karen, and Jennifer McCabe sort of in a grouping?
Correct.
Excuse me, I'm sorry that I just need to clear my throat. I hope that's the last time.
That's okay.
Did you see on that same video at the same time, there's a grouping in another area of the bar at the same time?
Correct.
And do you recall who was in that grouping?
I believe it was Chris Albert, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins.
Okay. Could we now publish again Exhibit 22? And I'd like from the approximate start time of 11:57 and 42 seconds. And if we could hit play, Mr. Wolf. Oh, I'll tell you what, stop it for a sec. Thank you. Could you zoom in, please, on the right portion of that video, the upper right? We'll start with that.
Glenn is at a ball peen hammer.
Okay. So this is the start of this clip. It looks to be 11:57 and 38. Do you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, so I
Why are
am
these cameras
the
so
person
shitty?
with the jacket with the fur around the hood, and Karen Reed is the other woman that I'm talking to.
All right. We could play that, Mr. Wolf? And right now, do you recognize anybody else in the background of that?
So to the right in the plaid shirt is my husband, Nicholas.
Okay. What about over your left shoulder?
So over my left shoulder is John O'Keefe.
And does that appear to be his back?
Correct.
Okay. You can play.
My gain is high, your gain is high. No, sorry, the problem is I'm eating
And he was
near the
stop for a second.
mic,
He
which
was
is quiet,
in
so
your
it's
line
trying
of
to
vision at that
compensate,
point,
and it
correct?
raises up the volume.
Correct.
What does he appear to be doing?
I'll mute it
He
instead.
appears to be
My bad.
like paying a tab or something like that, or maybe getting a drink. I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you see him looking in a particular direction right now?
He looks to be looking over his left.
Continue to play. Oh, if we could pause for a second. I neglected to ask you to point out with the pointer. We
Oh,
have
I'm
it
sorry.
now. We might
Okay.
as well use it.
Okay.
If you could point to yourself first.
Okay. So that's me.
All right. Karen
That's Karen.
and John O'Keefe.
That's John.
Okay. Continue to play, Mr. Wolf.
That was a wide boy.
Stop. Back up just a sec. Oh. I'll tell you when to start. Yeah, play. Stop. Okay. Do you see what direction John O'Keefe is facing now?
He's looking to the left.
Okay, keep going.
It's like a battle between your mic and the court feed.
Keep going.
Yeah, again, it's how StreamYard balances stuff out.
Stop.
It's really
What direction
annoying.
is he facing now?
To the left.
And what is over to the left?
I believe that's where the other group of men are located, perhaps.
Okay, keep playing. And I'd like to run this to 11:58:25.
So when this ends, you guys want to watch the Proctor cross-examination from the last from the last trial?
At this point, his whole
Where he has
body
to
is
read all of
turned
his
to the left,
text?
correct?
Correct.
And he appears to be facing where the other group of men were?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
He appears to be facing in the direction of where the other group of men were?
Correct.
Continue to play, all through until 11:58:25. Okay, that's perfect. Now, keeping the video up, I'd like to now scroll over to the left side of the screen, and we're going to start that at 11:57:42, the same approximate time we started the previous discussion.
Hoder, I don't have an airbrush yet. I may get one at some point.
Stop. Okay. You've previously described the other three men. Are you able to identify them on this video now in this still frame clip?
I believe I am
Okay.
able.
And who do you see?
I see Chris Albert, Brian Higgins, and Brian Albert.
And which one is which?
Chris Albert is the one that grabbed Brian Higgins' arm, and Brian Albert is with his back towards us.
Okay, now I'll ask you to use the pointer and point to Chris Albert, please.
That's Chris Albert.
On the right.
Yep.
Where's Brian Higgins?
That's Brian Higgins.
In the middle?
Yeah, in the middle. And that's Brian Albert,
Okay.
I believe.
And with regard to Brian Higgins, which direction is he facing?
He's facing
do that.
the left.
I got time.
He's facing to the left?
I mean, I'm sorry, he's facing to the right.
Okay. And the direction that he's facing in, who's over there?
Sustained.
What is over there? Is that the direction of the bar?
Sustained.
Okay. Continue to play, please. Stop. Did you see he grabbed his arm a second time?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins is facing in which direction this time?
He's facing the bar area.
Continue to play, please. Okay. You noticed some motion that Brian Higgins made?
He waved his arm.
Back it up for a second, Mr. Wolf, please. Stop. Did you see a motion?
I love
He
that.
put his left arm up.
Okay. Appeared to be summoning somebody?
Sustained.
I will summons them.
Continue to play. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Continue to play. I'll bear that in mind.
Come to me.
Okay, we can stop there. Ms. Kolakithis, did you see how many times Brian Higgins motioned with his arm?
Sustained. Come versus please, Mr.
Understood, understood. Now,
I don't understand what the problem
prior
is
to
with that
this night,
question.
had you known or been aware of Chris Albert?
Just knew him from seeing him at D&E Pizza.
Okay, and you say you've seen him at D&E Pizza in what capacity?
I think he's the owner there at D&E Pizza, and we've gotten pizza there before.
And you'd been in that establishment before?
Correct.
And with regard to Brian Albert, have you had any interaction with him, either that night or before?
So that night, I was introduced to him, and I think I even spoke to him a little bit there, and then maybe saw him like a basketball game. I don't remember him really prior to that night.
Okay. Now, I'd like to play the portion of the video where you are then leaving and ask you some questions about that. Yes, I think we can zoom out and perhaps hit play, Mr. Wolk, at this point. And pause for a sec. If you could use the pointer and just point out again where you are at this point.
That is me.
All right. And are you able to see Karen at that point?
She's right there.
Okay. And what about Jen McCabe? Are you able to see her at that point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Continue to play, please. And stop for a second. I should have asked you, if you do see Jennifer McCabe enter the picture, could you alert us?
Okay.
Continue to play.
All right. This video is abysmal. Like, the angle is terrible. You've got a timestamp right over the stuff you're supposed to watch. Why have a camera here?
When you can turn the lights back on. When you were leaving the establishment, whom did you leave with?
So again, it was myself, Jennifer McCabe, and Karen.
Did anything unusual occur when you were leaving?
So as we were leaving, Jen went over to Karen, kind of put her arm around her, and she started saying, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me." And Karen's like, "Huh? Like, what? Like, where are we going?" And
I'm going to sustain the objection.
What?
The first part of that answer, the putting her arm around her, "You're coming with me," why did that stand out in your memory?
Just because I was there too, and it just was strange. It was just like, "You're coming with me." Like, it was just something that stood out to me.
You weren't included.
I mean, no, it's fine. I mean, it was just stood out, you know? Yeah.
Did Karen go with Jen McCabe?
No, she did not.
What did you see her do?
So then, out of the clear blue, thinking that Karen was going to go with Jen, I see Karen with John.
And where did you see Karen with John?
I saw them just I was parked across Washington Street, across from the restaurant, and I just saw Karen and John like walking down towards what used to be Amber Road, a place.
It used to be Amber Road?
It used to be Amber Road, yeah.
Is that a Amber Road cafe?
Correct. It was like a restaurant. It was like a little cafe shop.
And did you figure out why they were walking in that direction?
That's where I think Karen had parked her car.
Did you have any concerns about Karen being able to drive that night?
I had talked to her all night, and I did not notice anything strange about her. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
And once you parted ways, where did you go?
I went in my car.
And what was your last image of seeing Karen and John that night?
It was just them walking towards the car.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
All you underage girls, especially in state, avoid the white van offering pizza casserole and carry a ball peen hammer. He has a micro peen, so it may take several
Good afternoon.
swings.
Good afternoon.
Was your last image of Karen and John?
Very kind demeanor.
Both of them walking to the car and Karen walking to the driver's side door of that car.
I don't trust her at all anymore.
Correct.
That night it was a celebratory mood.
Correct.
Everybody was getting along fine.
Yes, we were. Yes.
You were speaking to the defendant for some time.
Most of the time, correct.
You saw her at points hugging Jen McCabe.
Correct.
You knew John.
I did.
He was a kind man,
Very kind.
generous,
Very generous.
thoughtful,
Very thoughtful.
soft-spoken.
Yes.
Hold on one
That
moment,
night was
please.
particularly different. He was extraordinarily proud and happy, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
And you could see him emote about his accomplishment that his daughter got into private school.
Correct.
Did you talk to John that night?
I did.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Kolakithis, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
So why don't I see counsel regarding scheduling? Just actually, Mr. Yannetti, just one question.
Sorry, I had to make. This is one of those phone calls you have to take. Like, my kids have a bunch of activities coming up for the summer. And so and some are coming up really soon. So it's like, holy crap. You get a phone call about it, you gotta take it.
So,
Yay, no drug test today.
Orders about scheduling. I'm actually going to send you back to the room and bring you back. We will definitely be out of it by 1 o'clock, so a short.
Be out of here by 1 o'clock.
If they could just,
It's in, it's 24 minutes away.
We'll bring you right back.
All rise for the court, please.
But if they're sending the jury away only to bring them back, sounds like they're about to take care of some business. So hopefully we'll get something. So my parole officer doesn't call me at all, which is rude, I think. I think people have a very misconception about the probation that I'm on. It's, and not blaming people at all for that. I did too. I thought it was going to be way more involved. It's fucking nothing. So I meet with them 4 times a year for in person, 4 times a year for 5 minutes to 10 minutes each time. That's the physical requirement for meeting with my probation officer. And then other than that, I just comply with the random testing, but I don't have to go in and meet with them unless I need something. I don't even know what that would be. Like maybe help with signing up for the community service stuff or whatever. But there's really nothing involved in it at all. I was surprised. Your PO just has to look online to see what you're doing. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not just me though. I mean, that's how it is. And I think it gets way more intense if you violate or come close to violating or whatever. Yeah, parole isn't the same as probation, I know. Suffer. I'm not suffering. Do I pay a fine? It's $250 a year for the probation. Mm-mm. They give you cavity searches? No, they didn't even at the jail. Like what they usually do at the jail is they'll have someone squat down and then cough, because if they've got something shoved in their ass, like the squatting motion and the coughing will like force the sphincter to open and stuff can like come out, I guess. But they didn't even do that to me. Like I was like, "So you want to see inside this butthole, buddy?" And he didn't want to. I don't know. Like I felt rejected in that moment. Yeah, Derek, probation is specific to the risk of relapse of the person, their history and background. Nick is low risk. Right. And that's what the pre-sentencing investigation said too. They're like, he's at even amongst people who are similarly situated, he's at a low risk for, relapse activities. Which is, it's a combination of a lot of things. One of them is that the substances that I was using are not are not physically addictive in the same way as something like a heroin or meth or whatever. And so, outside of some demonstrated failure, there's no reason to be overly concerned. And not only do I don't have demonstrated failure, but I do have demonstrated success during our family case. So. Mm-mm. All right. What are they even doing? While we wait.
Despite its effectiveness at repairing plastic components, crazy glue and baking soda simply cannot fix an itty bitty, teeny weeny, more commonly referred to as Curtis minimus micro peni.
Damn. So what would happen if you relapsed? Well, I don't know specifically because it hasn't happened. So I can speculate. The question would be like, would they know about it? Right. So if I relapsed and there was some sort of publicity around it, or it was detected by a test, like if I showed up on camera with Coke on my nose or something like that. Or if I was obviously intoxicated by alcohol, or if someone saw me, like and took a picture of me at a bar or something, drinking an alcoholic beverage. I don't know, something like that. That would be one way of detection. The other way would be to fail a test. But if either of those happened, at that point you meet with your probation officer, and then they make a determination on whether or not, they ask for an explanation of what happened, and then they want an admission from you, just like any other law enforcement. And depending on the admission and the circumstances, they make a determination then whether to call it a violation or not. You can imagine that after maybe after developing a relationship with the parolee or probationee, that like, let's say they have a major life crisis hit, or like a death of close family member, go through some sort of marital issue or something like that. And the relapse is like a one-time thing. And, they admit it and say, hey, like this happened. They may decide not to violate, right? Like they could, but they may not. They may decide not to pursue the violation because there's an explanation. They don't think it's going to happen again. And if there's no if there's no destructive behavior that occurred, maybe they'll be lenient, but they don't have to.
they make a determination. It's a relationship, I guess, which is why it's frustrating that I never talk to my PO at all. Because it's like, well, how am I supposed to charm and manipulate this person? It's a joke. Chill out. But how do you build that relationship if you never talk to them, right? And so I would actually prefer to talk to my PO more. And I mean, I guess I could text them or whatever, but just because I think that relationship's going to be really important over the next couple years. But and again, at this point, for me, I haven't had any problems with the sobriety at all. And but I don't discount the possibility that at some point in the future, I don't know how this works, but maybe there would be some sort of craving or desire or something, and the risk of relapse would be higher. I don't think so now, and I'm not concerned about it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important to develop that relationship though and foster it so that they know what's going on. But especially in my case, because I have a bunch of lunatics who specifically want me to relapse, and then they want to, like, I don't know, they want to claim the scalp or something. It's a very weird sort of situation. But since there are so many people watching me and rooting for failure, so to speak, I would like to have that relationship with the PO set in place, because otherwise they're gonna, they'll get bombarded by obsessed weirdos, and like if they don't have a trusting relationship with me, then it makes it harder for me to be like, yeah, I'm sorry, there's insane people. But the first meeting I sat down with my PO, and I was like, sorry in advance for what you guys are going to have to deal with because of me. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, it's probably going to be different than most of your other parolees or probationees. Funny and weirdos, J-Rock. You're one of them. But that's fine. I'm enough of an asshole that like I don't much care about it. Like people wanting my failure or whatever doesn't bother me so much. It's more about being able to manage, the reality versus people's fantasies in the places that matter. Like, for example, with a probation officer, etc. So that's the only concern that I have about it. Come on, court. What are we doing? Rachel the Riveter says, by the way, I hit 10 years married to the Hubs, and the things you and I had talked about, RE, my marriage is better. Largely thanks to your good advice. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome, Rachel. I'm glad to hear that. That's really awesome. Is it settled in yet, Nick? I think so. What settled in? I don't know. I have several metaphorical guests, and I'm not sure which one you're referring to. I used to do coke constantly in my 20s working third shift. I can't pretend you did something horrible when most of the country has done it or is doing it too, or worse. Literally, sugar is to molecules. Yeah, Timothy Smith. I think. I don't know. I think people overblow the cocaine thing. The amount of people I met, like once they know that you do that you're okay with doing cocaine or whatever, that are just like, oh yeah, I do cocaine. I mean, there are district attorneys that are like major district attorneys in the country, like use cocaine and stuff. It's wild. It's wild. Judges, pretty much anyone in a high stress or high energy, long hour profession, where your performance at a high level is important, is tempted into cocaine. Like they're really at a high risk for it because of the way it works, the way it makes your brain work, and the way it makes you feel. It helps, it helps people kind of push through insecurities and stuff like that because they just feel fucking awesome. They feel like they're cool. And it's a lie. You're a huge nerd, just like me. But that's the draw of it, and that's why people in these types of positions kind of get sucked into it. Derek says, Nick, I've noticed you play with pronouns. It, they, what tends to draw questions from you. Just saying. I don't know what you mean by that, but okay. Fires in Time says, why not just go straight to heroin? Because heroin is horrifying. Like, opiates are not a thing that I would ever be interested in.
Please be seated.
The few times that I've had opiates prescribed from like a surgery or
I just
whatever,
realized that I probably made you go downstairs and up.
I took
twice
like
to just come back to
one
you.
dose and was like, no thanks.
I'm sorry. I
Gross. I
didn't
don't
mean
like
to
the
trouble, but
feeling
we were
at
able
all.
to talk. I am assured not only are we on schedule, we are ahead of schedule.
You keep saying you're ahead of schedule. Let's
Quote
just
unquote,
be ahead of
discussion
schedule.
About how we're going to keep the fans and air conditioners going and be allowed to hear the witnesses. I've talked to the lawyers. Everybody's in agreement that because we're ahead of schedule, we give you tomorrow off. All right, so we won't be in session tomorrow.
Nick, have
We'll
you
be
ever
in
sold your
session
body to get high?
Friday all
No.
day. So those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, and read anything about this case, please disregard it.
Tide will roll. Cocaine is as
Be careful with
natural
your
as
social
sugar.
media use. We'll see you on Friday.
All right.
So she just dismissed the jury. I don't know if we're gonna, again, I don't know if we're gonna have any court activity after the jury is gone. Yeah, Lane K, that's what I'm thinking too. Supposed to be a 6-week trial. How are we ahead of schedule? We're partway through.
All right. Is there anything anybody needs to raise with me at this point?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It's denied. Okay. All right. I just saw that was the one that was still outstanding.
So motion for reconsideration filed on
Okay.
the
Thank
on
you all.
this
We'll see you
trial.
Friday morning.
She denied it again, which of course she's going to do, but you have to file the motion for reconsideration if you want to preserve the appeal. A lot of times. Gates of Above says randomly not having court on different days of the week would piss me off as a juror. Pisses me off watching these trials.
I was always willing to be reasonable until I saw Kurt's micropene and had to be unreasonable.
Barnes, what are you looking at? Why would you do that? Not good. Denied. Her attitude's like, duh. Well, yeah. I mean, she's like, I'm not going to overturn my own ruling. Motions for reconsideration always piss me off because it's like there's no judge who's going to go, you know what? I was wrong. I mean, I shouldn't say there's no judge there. It does happen. It does happen. It's just, usually if they make a bench ruling and, maybe there's a citation or whatever that shows that it should have been done differently. Well, I guess court's over for the day. Let me find that Proctor stuff. Well, I got to make sure I got all of these things. Although the judge said that was the only outstanding motion, I wonder how she ruled on these discovery motions that we were reading a little bit ago. So we have the defense request to have Michael Easter testify. Missing witness argument. What is this? Now comes the defense, Karen Reed, and respectfully moves this honorable court to allow for the use of a missing witness argument and subsequent instruction in her defense. All foundational requirements for a missing witness argument instruction are met, allowing Ms. Reed to present a missing witness argument would best position the jury to consider all the evidence, including what is missing from the Commonwealth's case in their deliberations. Ooh. This is an interesting motion. Let's check this out real quick. I think it's 7 pages, but you'll have to deal with it. Boom. Okay, what do we got here? See you later, Derek. Have fun at Pornhub. How does everyone be whining about seeing that micro peen? I don't know. W. McMaster, why the fuck would she have a random half Wednesday and take a random Thursday off? Wait, is there no court tomorrow? They've taken these like Thursdays that are off and stuff are insane. I missed that no court tomorrow thing. Fucking how irritating. No court tomorrow. They're so ahead of schedule, they just take whole days off. What are they doing? Night show unbreaded. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm just annoyed at the at how things are going. Hold on. I just got to see when Lady Rackets is back. Okay. Let's micropene counters only at 4. Yeah, it's been a slow day for micropenes, but that's okay. Speaking of that, you guys certainly are welcome to check out Super Tip. You go to supertip.gg/RL, which stands for Recada Law, or maybe Lawless. Dun dun dun. But you go there and you can effectively send a super chat and have it read by different AI generated voices. And you can play around with those, have a lot of fun with them, or don't have any fun. Admonish yourself to have no fun, but to participate in in chat in a little bit different way. I do have the option on, I believe, or I'll turn it on right now if it's not, to interrupt me. And yep, you can, if you want to, you can skip the queue. Excuse me, and your chat will be read without my consent. It'll be chat rape right to my earballs, and you guys can do that, and it'll be very difficult for me to stop it too. So what's going on with Monty? Monty got a new lawyer, and all of the timelines have been pushed back 120 days. So who knows? It's amazing that the lawsuit has gone this far, mainly because so I'm accused of calling Montegraph a pedophile. And the crazy thing is that the first time I was introduced to Montegraph was by Mr. Medicare reading a lawsuit in which Montegraph was suing someone else for defamation over them calling him a pedophile. And he lost that lawsuit. So I figure if he lost his defamation lawsuit against someone who called him a pedophile, and I know that, I mean, again, that's the first interaction I had with him, was learning that he lost his defamation lawsuit against a person who called him a pedophile. And then, of course, in my subsequent research, found out that he's been called a pedophile for over a decade. I don't understand why the fuck there's even a trial, like why there's a case at all. Doesn't make sense to me. Guy seems like a pedophile. I have no information to the contrary. I have information to support that he is. So that's weird, but whatever. We'll deal with it eventually. Many times you have, Nick. I didn't deny doing it. That is what I'm accused of. But again, I have every reason to believe that he is one and no reasons to believe that he isn't. So I'm not really sure what the issue is there. Gerard says that's going to interrupt court. Will you disable that while there is testimony? I've had it on the past couple days and it hasn't been disruptive. If it were disruptive, I would turn it off. Can I add a monograph super tip voice? Probably. That'd be funny. If I did that, I know I'd get a phone call from Randazzo. I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? I'd be like, come on, Mark. It's funny. It's not me saying anything with his voice. It's other people choosing to do it. We're going to have to do that, I think. We should definitely get a monograph voice. I'll work on it. But yes, in the meanwhile, feel free to explore any of the other voices and feel free to utilize them in a way that is disruptive to the show. I don't care. J-Rock, yes, and weird. The strange thing about people like you is that you don't recognize that you're not normal in any capacity. Okay, so here we go. Defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for subsequent instruction. Let's see what this interesting thing is. So I read this first paragraph a second ago. I'm guessing this is going to be about Proctor. They're going to argue that he's a missing witness. He's unavailable. Therefore, his statements can be introduced as a hearsay exception. So all foundational requirements for a missing witness argument instruction are met. It is appropriate for the court to give a missing witness instruction, quote, where a party has knowledge of a person who can be located and brought forward, who is friendly to or at least not hostilely disposed to the party, and who can be expected to give testimony of distinct importance to the case. The party would naturally offer this person as a witness. If then, without explanation, a party does not call the witness to offer testimony, the jury may infer that the prospective witness would have given testimony unfavorable to that party. Ooh, so there we go. So here's the missing witness instruction, is that they'll say, look, Michael Proctor could have been called. There's nothing preventing the state from calling him. He would be friendly to the state. We know that because of the testimony in the first trial, especially. And the state chose not to call him. So what we can infer is that the testimony would not have been favorable, and that was why they made the choice not to call him. One second. Here we go. The underlying premise of a missing witness instruction is that a party's failure to call a prospective witness raises a reasonable inference that the witness would have provided testimony adverse to that party, and a jury should be afforded the opportunity to consider that information in their deliberations if they deem it to be reasonable. A trial judge has discretion to refuse to give a missing witness instruction requested by either party. However, quote, cases supporting the need for judicial caution in permitting an adverse inference are inapposite when the inference is to run against the Commonwealth, because there are no constitutional concerns to warrant the call for caution in such instance. Notably, the degree of judicial discretion may be lessened when it is the defendant rather than the Commonwealth who seeks approval of a missing witness argument. Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins are all available and friendly to the Commonwealth. Here we go. Here we go. Quote, basic to the inference is the existence of evidence of physical availability of the witness and the likelihood that he can be produced by summons or otherwise. Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins were all listed on the witness list presented to this court by the Commonwealth. There has been no showing of physical unavailability for any of these three witnesses. Additionally, the defense is informed that Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were both under subpoena by the Commonwealth. So they were under subpoena and yet still not called. So that's good of them, I guess. Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins are all friendly to the Commonwealth. All three witnesses testified cooperatively in the 2024 proceedings as witnesses in the Commonwealth's case. There's no reason to believe that these individuals would not continue to. Sorry, one second. Cooperate with the Commonwealth as friendly witnesses less than a year after the prior testimony. Additionally, the fact that Ms. Reed could call these three witnesses does not render the adverse inference impermissible, because the Commonwealth is more acquainted with these witnesses and would be naturally expected to call them in the establishing their case in chief. A missing witness instruction may be properly given where the prospective witness is more friendly to one side than the other, even if the witness was available to the side requesting the instruction. So we've got wait a minute, what? Tag, I'm going to go to the store right now and buy more shiny shirts just to piss you off. Okay, back to this. Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins each would be expected to give non-cumulative testimony of distinct importance to the case. Each of these three witnesses would offer meaningful testimony that is neither cumulative of other witnesses that could have been or that have been called, nor would their testimony be unimportant. Compare Shavit at 134. Asserting there's no basis for an adverse inference of missing witness instruction exists when it appears that the testimony would be unimportant, merely cumulative upon the testimony of one or more witnesses who have been called. Michael Proctor's anticipated testimony would not be duplicative of other witnesses called by the Commonwealth and is central to this case. Testimony from the lead investigator in this case is of great importance to this case, as the role is inherently unique compared to other witnesses, both civilian and law enforcement, put forth by the Commonwealth. Michael Proctor was the lead investigator and was responsible for recovering a significant amount of the evidence in the case. Moreover, Sergeant Bukaki's testimony confirmed that nearly every piece of evidence recovered in connection with this case, including all the taillight pieces recovered at the scene. Bow, 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 bow. Page 4. O'Keefe's clothing, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, and the surveillance video from the Canton Police Department were in Michael Proctor's sole possession for months or years before they were booked into evidence. Similarly, neither Brian Albert's nor Brian Higgins' anticipated testimony would be duplicative of other witnesses called by the Commonwealth. Are you sure about that? I'm a fun guy. And are each central to this case. No one except for Brian Albert or Brian Higgins themselves can testify to their exact whereabouts within the home at 34 Fairview on January 28th and 29th. Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabes' testimony are not sufficient to support the claim that John O'Keefe never entered the curtilage of 34 Fairview, as they were not all together the entire time they were at 34 Fairview, leaving Brian Albert and Brian Higgins each with the opportunity to interact with John O'Keefe within the curtilage of the home without any other witnesses being aware. Specifically, no other witness has testified thus far or even would be able to testify to and be meaningfully cross-examined about the reasons for Brian Higgins visiting the Canton Police Department around 1:30 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Additionally, no other witness has testified thus far or even would be able to testify to and be meaningfully cross-examined about the reasons why Brian Albert, a trained first responder, and his wife did not come outside around 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, when their bedroom was mere feet from the scene of drastic, life-saving efforts by paramedics and firefighters, response by police officers and their respective cruisers with lights, and the sound of 3 women discovering a loved one unresponsive in the snow. Wait, a loved one from all 3? Okay. All right. Make Ronnie read these, please. I would have to type all of it in manually into the system. When they get a better, what they need is to give the admins, like the way I would have stuff go into the system is the same way you would. What they need is when the administrative tool comes out, the ability for me to just like copy paste an entire paragraph. There is no logical or tactical explanation for the failure of the Commonwealth to call Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, or Brian Higgins. If the Commonwealth provides, Your Honor, an explanation for not calling an available witness, and that explanation is sufficient, the missing witness instruction can be properly rejected. An explanation is sufficient where the trial judge is satisfied that the circumstances thus offered would, in ordinary logic and experience, furnish a plausible reason for non-production. Here, the Commonwealth has not and cannot provide a sufficient explanation for not calling Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, or Brian Higgins. Commonwealth understands the risk that the testimony of these 3 witnesses poses for their case, as all 3 are highly susceptible to impeachment on relevant and non-collateral issues. Commonwealth is consciously choosing to obscure and hide from the jury the complete picture of what occurred at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th and 29th. Conceitedly, witnesses may be withheld because they are susceptible to cross-examination on collateral issues or for other tactical reasons. But that is not the position the Commonwealth is in with these 3 material witnesses. All 3 of these witnesses are susceptible to cross-examination regarding issues that are central to the case. Proctor's handling of the investigation relationship with the very witnesses who should have been suspects in the case and subsequent termination from the Massachusetts State Police as a result of his conduct in this case. 2, prior admissions by Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that they left the rest of the group at 34 Fairview Road for a period of time in the early morning of January 29th, 2022 to look at photographs in some other part of the house. JDE Corey says Clinton was known as Slick Willie. Does that mean Kurt is no Willie? Though Kurt is still mad that he was passed up for the role in Free Willy. He was mad that he was told he was too big to be the whale. Well, thanks. Thanks, JDE Corey. It's much appreciated. Okay, so we're almost done. That was page 5. Page 6 and a very short page 7. And then we'll watch some Proctor and relax. Depriving Miss Reed of the opportunity to present a missing witness argument and denying giving the subsequent instruction would undercut her ability to present a defense. There is a critical distinction between argument by counsel. That argument presented by the Commonwealth is insufficient and a missing witness argument. The defendant has a wide latitude in any and every case to ignore that the Commonwealth has failed to present sufficient evidence and that there is an absence of proof or that evidence is missing. A missing witness argument is distinctly different from this scenario. While both allow a defendant to argue, the Commonwealth did not meet their burden of proof. In the former, the defendant argues that the evidence there has been produced is inadequate, and this can legitimately include pointing out specific witnesses or evidence that have not been produced. However, in order to argue or ask the jury to draw any conclusions as to the substance of the evidence that has not been produced, counsel must first seek judicial consent and to present such an argument and have a subsequent instruction follow suit. JDE Corey says Clinton was known as Slick Willie. Does that mean Kurt is no Willie? Though Kurt is still mad that he was passed up for the role in Free Willy. Wait, I just read that. Oh my goodness. Now I'm getting tired. Honker's a shiny, is shiny AF today. It is. It is. I don't know if there's, I know there's something I can put on my face to mute the shininess of it, its reflective qualities, but that seems like that it would make my nose less magnificent. I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, well, sorry. Oh, I'm like falling asleep. All right. A significant portion of Miss Reed's defense has been focused on the inadequacies of the investigation, the death of John O'Keefe, and a lack of consideration of other suspects. A judge is required not to take this issue of adequacy of the police investigation away from the jury, not affording Miss Reed the opportunity to argue that the jury should draw adverse inferences from missing witnesses in the Commonwealth's case that are deeply involved in this investigation itself will erroneously remove the jury's consideration the precise issue sought to be raised by the defendant. I don't think you want to powder your nose. No, not a powder, just something to take the shine off. Go get your shine box. Jesus Christ, dude. I have narcolepsy. Get over it. This jury shouldn't be or should be provided with the necessary framework for considering the absence of evidence or witnesses should they deem it relevant information to their deliberations and assess the weight and significance of the missing evidence or witness in relation to the evidence presented against the defendant. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons, Ms. Reed respectfully requests this honorable court allow her to present a missing witness argument and grant the subsequent instruction. Okay. So that was a mouthful, but it was something I've never had to read before. So I thought that would be interesting to check out. But yeah, effectively, they're saying they could have called these guys, but they didn't. They made a strategic choice not to do so. And that strategic choice, we should remind the jury, is probably that those witnesses will turn out bad for them. So they don't get to do anything other than to instruct the jury that if it feels so necessary, it is able to, not required to, but it is able to draw a negative inference from the absence of these particular witnesses. So it's an important motion. And I think it's good. The Commonwealth is making a strategic choice, but that strategic choice is based on how bad those witnesses look. And speaking of, let's find out just how bad those witnesses look. All right, so Michael Proctor cross-examination. Holy shit, this is 6 hours long. So how are we going to do this? We're going to just kind of keep a running tally of this. It's 6 hours long. Okay, we're gonna have to. I'm not doing 6 hours of this today. No, I'm not gonna watch it at 2x speed. Don't ask me to do that. That said, let's see. We'll start and see how we go, I suppose. Send the timestamps when you stop. Okay, sounds good. I will do that. Okay, let's see how we get started on this. That's a long one. That's what she said. What happened to your wrist? Mine? I don't know. I mean, I've got red here from my hand sitting on the desk, but other than that, I don't think there's anything. There's a bunch of sidebars. Okay. Steve C says I'd rather have a break in a night show. Well, I'm not going to go forever. I might do like an hour or something of this. Oh, it's a bracelet. Yeah. Okay. There you go. And again, feel free to interrupt this with super tips or super chats or rumble rants, any of your questions that you may have, or any like funny comments or whatever. I think I hope I mentioned Gino and Keanu were also added today, so there's some comedic potential there as well. All right, let's get going.
Good morning, Trooper.
Yes, sir.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680 to 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
Immediately to sidebar. Okay, so that's
Your Honor, inclusive inclusive of page or matter. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamp numbers. The next packet would be 2680 through 2685. Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy. The second one is 2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625. The next packet would be 2662 and 2679. The next is just two pages, 2623 and 2624. The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618 and 2620. Then packet 2628 and 2634, and finally a packet inclusive of 2583.
All right, had it tweeted out, let people know
to 2617
that they should come hang out with us. Why would you want to be?
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
All the clacking of all the binders drive me fucking crazy.
Yes.
Stop doing it. I'm a fun guy. I'm a lot of fun. Clack, 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 clack. Oh my gosh, it's annoying.
Mr. Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you. Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's the private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there that are identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell, just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
Yep. At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir.
16
Not a
hours
few.
later. Not a
16
few.
is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as the Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually. You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah, maybe.
The owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order.
What do you mean?
Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston cop.
why he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get the finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
That's what
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you're going to.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard.
Excuse me, Mr. Allen, but
and you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Investigation, Mr. Proctor.
Hold on. I'll replay that 1 second. What do we got here? Hello, LSE.
Excuse me, Mr. Allen, but what, if anything, does leaky balloon knot mean to this investigation, Mr. Proctor?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes, based on the evidence my office uncovered that day, the one shoe discovered at the scene, the one shoe at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight piece is underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for information. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes or
medical.
No? That's yes or no?
He's going to answer the question.
How do you
If
know?
you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had. A physical altercation leading to a death. Correct?
Oh, shit.
Correct.
So when you just said, Initially, we didn't know what we had. That wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, a small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, physical altercation with a car would have a lot of injuries. Physical altercation with a person can have one.
Bird writes,
a punch to the head or whatever.
Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
He has? He's Bear?
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean?
That makes sense.
And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who was hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises?
What do you mean what's wrong with my audio?
Ever.
Sound like I'm underwater? There's a lot of background noise from the court on this one.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And
60
that's
plus.
a person out of his shoe, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday under...
Do I sound like I'm underwater now? Is the question. Now the audio from the court is paused because the audio from the court has a heavy background static right now. That's just part of the video. I'm not sure why.
Examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing.
Correct.
Pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Over on Rumble, Rogue says, when the video is playing, it sounds like you're using a micropene for a microphone. Yeah, it's StreamYard trying to balance things out. Hold on, let me see if I can get rid of that. Do that one. Let's see if we can. Hopefully this will help.
Let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no,
Yeah.
have you ever, in your experience,
Good,
seen
better, or worse?
a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Yeah, I turned off the automatic volume controls.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha.
Not the same. Then
He
there's
was
another
frozen in the
thing.
driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things
Powerful text.
in this case,
won't
even
be able to
16
prove.
hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to
You're on
prove.
cross. Yeah, he can ask you that one.
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed, and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though,
That doesn't make
that
any
statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement, according
Correct.
Okay. 0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. Sorry, had to take a phone call real quick. I hate when you don't recognize a number and you're like, you don't recognize it, so it might be important. You do recognize it, you're just like, oh, you can blow off whoever that is. But the random person becomes more important than people you know. That's weird. Well, maybe you guys aren't like that. I don't know.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
No.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
He said he didn't mind.
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Rhonda, yes, on the last file.
Okay. Correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
Nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
Oh my God, why did it take you so
You
long?
responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was
Yes.
recused from this investigation in all particulars,
My
correct?
grade test came back.
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
He doesn't think.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
Mix of vanilla Greek yogurt.
You didn't write,
Chopped up
yeah,
Honeycrisp
we're going to
apples,
follow the evidence wherever it takes us.
almonds.
You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
No, I wrote it.
And then you indicated,
it said cops are all.
we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
He looked like a girl to you?
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th, and everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it
Hear that
cut and dry
on Alan's face
since it
there?
involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
We'll see about that.
5051,
Mike and
a
Jackson.
little further down says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
I can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation.
Yes.
Into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was...
Did you or did you not have all accounts?
someone asked what I was eating. I just said it, but it's a diced up Honeycrisp apple with vanilla Greek yogurt and sliced almonds. It's just a really delicious, like cold and refreshing, healthy snack. Strong recommend on it.
In your investigation,
The accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
the accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
Roberts.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Say it again.
What else did you say in response to, she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure, because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was, I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant.
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
No ass.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you?
I think it's funny.
Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
Yes.
It was unprofessional of me. I That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all
Very
know it was
sorry.
unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Just say yeah. It's funny
Then you sent
now.
a picture,
What fun.
just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
I don't. Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Supposed to be a smoke show.
Misread.
What am I
And you
supposed to be
write
offended by chick?
E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
This guy looks like a retarded pool cue ball.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Oh my God!
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Your anus.
Yes.
Your butthole.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yeah, it leaked.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked?
Oh,
That's how you were treating Miss Reed?
That's so good.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah, yep.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this
Can you explain to the balloon
that Miss
knot
Reed
is?
had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had
I know she
10
has MS Crohn's.
surgeries
I know
in
that she probably
18
does
months,
have a leaky
several
balloon
years
knot,
prior?
which makes
10.
it somehow way funnier.
I was not aware of that.
Like, not that she has it, just that he said it.
Were you aware that
What
she
the
had
fuck would you
serious
think?
medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir. I'm sorry. All set.
I'm sorry, Christine. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline.
Okay. I'll say it again to help clear it up. The audio issue I can't resolve because the audio issue is caused by the static from the video and StreamYard having a really shitty audio balancing algorithm that tries to compensate for what it thinks is supposed to be the primary audio at any given time. Since there's an ongoing, rather loud static in the video, it believes that that is the desired primary sound source while it's on. So it lowers my mic, and there's not a way to change it or fix it. It's how whatever base software they use for the communication aspect of StreamYard handles audio. I think it's the same as Zoom. I think they use the same source code for the communication aspect of it. So I hear you that the audio is bad when the court's playing. I know it should be different and like completely different right now. That being said, there's just not anything I can do about it. So sorry, but I'm aware that it exists, but I can't do much about it because of how it's handled on the software side that I don't have any control over or access to.
Line to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
And Rumble Studio has the same issue. So does Restream. They all use the same. I think they all use the same source code for their audio protocols. I think they license the same fucking thing. It's the same as Zoom. It's couple others use it too.
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
What are you guzzling on?
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please. Sidebar.
Sure.
Hey, Jim. Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was...
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure. Reference to...
Wait, so you come back from sidebar.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was...
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure. Where's his at sidebar? Come, heavy bitch. You leaky balloon-knotted cunt. There's just no way like a group of cops with a thread that's been going since they were in high school is going to sound good at all. They're going to sound like colossal assholes. Don't worry, no one will ever see these messages. Wow.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following, in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony? that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
What was regrettable about them? I think they're great.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation and this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
What page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
We are going to take a break in a minute to do something else because it's going to be too funny. Just for 10 minutes.
Tell me I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
This is background static just drives me insane.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Remember, of course, tickets are available. .tt/RL if you want to give any messages to Michael Proctor or me or my shirt or my rectum. My leaky balloon knot. The audio isn't running through OBS. The audio is running through StreamYard.
There you are.
Okay.
Would that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Okay. We have to take a 10-minute pause from this. I love this. This is great, but I have something for you. And I think it's just critical that we learn how to make some scrambled eggs. What do you guys think? Can we take 10 minutes and learn how to make some scrambled eggs? Will you do that with me? Here we go. We're going for it. We're going for it. We just got to do it. You got to do it. It's like jumping into the cold water. Like, just go. Just go.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn through the misfortunes of others. As always, I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the United States Supreme Court. And
He's yelling like Alessi. Like, hello, I'm Uncivil Law. I'm going to make you eggs. I'm licensed in the making of eggs in California.
I hope today is the day I earn that subscription. For today's Cooking with Kurt time, we're going.
I'm here to earn your subscription. I hope today I could do it. I hope today that I will finally breach the boundaries of our rather tepid relationship. And from this day on, you will become subscribed to me after I make you some scrambled eggs.
We're going to just do something really simple. So it's going to be a very simple, very easy, very brief Cooking with Kurt. Scrambled eggs. No problem. All right, so this is pretty easy stuff. No muss, no fuss. We gotta make some scrambled eggs. Okay. So we've got our pan. It's already getting warm and getting warm. We've already got the heat on for our pan. That's good.
Oh my God.
For our ingredients, for our fats, we'll be using bacon grease, fat, because that kicks ass. We will be adding some sharp cheddar cheese, and we got eggs.
Bacon grease.
And then we got salt and pepper.
And then
That's about it. Maybe some Tabasco. Cool. Great. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to use this wonderful coffee cup here to scramble my eggs.
Well, I wonder what the deal is here and why there's suddenly audio problems. Like they seem to have started up in the middle of the show. Maybe let me refresh StreamYard. I'll be right back. Don't worry. Don't panic, okay? Hi, I'm back. This might help. We'll try this out, okay? Hopefully this will rectify the issue. Is it better now? I had echo cancellation on, and maybe that was causing some of the problem. Low now. Why is it? I wonder why it would be low. That doesn't make any more sense. It's really quiet. Okay. Okay, I mean I can work with this. I don't have background noise, so let's take that off. Is this better? Hopefully this is better. All right. I turned off all of the automatic shit. So we'll I might turn Kurt down if his thing is if it's still a mess. Just let me know. Here we go. Oh, wait. I forgot to present it. I forgot it's not there right now, but it's coming. Cooking with Kurt. Scrambled eggs. Nick, why are you bullying Kurt? I'm not. I'm just laughing at him. Is that bullying? Oh shit, is that bullying? I'm a lot of fun. I'm a fun guy.
I'm hungry today, so I think we're going to have 4-egg scrambled egg. So, 1.
The volume of
Yeah.
my mic is really loud, so raising the volume of my mic isn't going to do much. Tax.
3.
This is 10 minutes and it's funny.
4. I think will do the trick for that. Alright. So all we do, of course, is just stir that up.
Stir it up. I'll turn my mic up some. I just don't have a lot of room up above it.
Easy enough.
Sounds like I have a pillow over my face. God, I wish.
Now we take some of this wonderful bacon fat, bacon grease, for that beautiful bacon flavor. Take a nice little bit of that in there.
I think I'm starting to see where Kurt's physique
Put that on the pan.
Bacon wrapped steak, bacon greased egg.
Go ahead and open this thing of cheese up so that I can have that, so I can add my cheddar cheese to my thing when it's ready to be added.
There's 4 eggs going in to bacon grease that is entirely too hot. It's smoking. He's got smoking bacon grease. He's gonna fucking scramble eggs. What are you doing? What's wrong with you?
All right. Add egg. And then just stir it up in the pan.
I hear you that you can barely hear me. I got it. Believe me. I can't really do much about it. Yeah, because Kurt's got so much ambient noise coming in. There's I didn't change any settings, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure like what would have happened. But there's a shitload of ambient noise on Kurt's whatchamacallit. Hold on, let's try this real quick. Can you guys still hear me right now? Black N7. I'm not wearing the same shirt from yesterday. Go look at it. It has a different pattern. They're both cool. Okay. Let's see what happens with when I turn his thing on. Because I have a different suspicion of something that might be happening, but I'm not sure. Here we go. Oh, see, now I can't hear it. Hold on. So that didn't work. Okay, we're going to do a weird test. One weird test, okay? Tell me if you can hear Kurt when we get going. I'm going to just play like 3-4 seconds of it. talk, Kurt, for the love of
I think
Christ.
you need another egg, ma'am.
Okay, could you hear him? Was the audio better? Okay. So this is weird. So I have the audio and it's piping through my own, it's piping through OBS into my mic output, which is why the super tips work. So what was happening was the audio is doubling up because it's playing through the mic output. Like my mic is mixing with Kurt's audio through OBS. And then StreamYard was also trying to play the audio. So I think I can fix this. So what was happening was StreamYard had the two synchronized audio signals, and it was trying to decide which one to pick, and then my mic was getting lost in the shuffle. No, Tack, you leave me alone. This is important. It'll make it better when we go back to Proctor, because this solves that problem. I still sound horribly muffled. That doesn't, I mean... We'll try this. Hopefully this works. All right. Otherwise, the only other option is to reset the Rodecaster, which is annoying.
Tell you what, I'm hungry today. More egg.
More egg. Yeah, just cook them at different times. It's fine.
I'm hungry. More egg.
His audio is massively desynced. I don't know.
5 eggs now.
5 eggs now. He's up to 5.
Soup time. Oh, it's time. All right. Take that off the heat very
Squid
briefly.
Pro Quo. Tell Baby Squid I'm disinheriting them.
Add our salt.
They had a chance. They had one chance.
Add our pepper.
God. Would you like some eggs with your cheese? Guys, if you want to know how much cheese that is, that's 5 fucking eggs.
Add our cheese.
The amount of cheese required
Back
for
on
that
me.
many eggs is insane.
Fold that all in.
And don't get me wrong, I'll put down
Stir
a
that
6-egg
all up.
omelet when I'm in a good mood. But I use less cheese than that because, holy shit. Oh no, you just dropped your dough. What are you doing? You can't just... Oh, my favorite part is when he eats into the camera and stares into my eyes.
All right, turn the heat off completely.
I'm gonna die.
Okay. And take the thing, put it on the plate. I think that looks pretty good.
To his credit, I mean, they look like eggs. God. Sorry, I inhaled an apple while I was laughing.
And
Great
I think we
cheese.
got some nice looking, fluffy scrambled eggs with cheese. I think it looks pretty nice.
Of all the things I've watched Kurt cook, those look the best.
You know?
What are you doing?
I think that's a success.
I guess some Franks on there. I'm gonna die. Guys, there's so many of these. Oh, modified taco casserole. Gumbo. Breakfast casserole. No, cooking soup.
All right. Add a little Frank's Red Hot. Put that shit on everything.
The audio's way desynced. I don't know why. This is you've just been stuffed in the trunk point of view. The audio's off by like 45 seconds. I don't even know how. Like, I don't know how you could do that.
And thus, they are now ready to be eaten. Fantastic. Okay. So that is the end of Cooking with Kurt. Scrambled eggs is very, very easy. No muss, no fuss. You know? And that's how I do it. So that is the end of the exercise. I'm not going to eat my eggs.
There was no exercise.
I'm hungry.
No exercise has occurred.
I need the protein so that I can go to the gym today. Because I want to get to the gym today and start off my week right. It's Sunday, man, and I want to get those lifts on.
Yeah.
So get all that stuff done. All right. So I'm going to do that and go from there. I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.
Okay. Sorry, I started choking dramatically there for a bit. Let's get back to this. Thanks for indulging me. Look, I saw there's so many Cooking with Kurt videos. Just listen. So we had pizza casserole. That's his most recent one. That baby's up to almost 800 views on Rumble. Sorry, Kurt. The steak was right before that. That's 400 views. He's got a chili one from 2 years ago. Then he's just got Cooking with Uncivil unlabeled. So that's a mystery meal. I'm very interested in that. I don't know what that is. Cooking soup. Cooking with Kurt breakfast casserole. Cooking with Kurt simplified chili. It's like almost exactly what I was cooking on Locals. The simplified chili, a different chili, gumbo. Who knows what soup it is, but it's probably a chicken soup. Modified taco casserole. That one's gonna be soon, but it's an hour long. We're not gonna do it today. But I love learning how to cook new things, and cooking content on YouTube is literally what I watch the most. White chili is pretty damn good. Yeah, I love chili. If you ever go if you're on my Locals and you go back and look at the Locals subscriber exclusive videos, I did a black and white chili, which was It used cannellini beans and frijoles negras. So it was a 2-bean chili. It was really good. Delicious stuff. I like it. All right. Back to this. Hopefully the sound is better. Oh, that's static.
First assistant asked the question. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert.
Objection, Your Honor. Hold on, we have a super tip coming in here.
I believe the code that all of these web-based streaming tools use is the browser's built-in WebRTC API. WebRTC has an automatic gain control feature, which I suspect is the source of at least some of your audio problems when using these tools. Look for a browser extension called Disable Automatic Gain Control. This resolves similar issues for me in conference calls. Micro-peen.
Holy shit. That was an educational chat. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you to Ronnie O'Neill for that. He's been reading books in prison. We did get up to 5 micropeens now, which I'm proud of.
And McCabe families answer correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabes. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabes. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have...
Most of the Alberts, yeah, but the question is, do you know the ones that are relevant? Like, do you know Brian Albert? I didn't know most of the Alberts. Yeah, but what about the one who's a potential witness or suspect in a murder? Do you know that Albert? Do you know that Albert and his wife? Are you in the swinging stuff with the rest of them? Island says, why do this? I'm here to hide from creepy Kurt. You can't hide from him. You think you can get away from Kurt? That's like trying to escape a black hole of personality, a black hole of safety, and a black hole of trying to attract minors. Gates of Above says taco casserole. We have to see that now. Oh, we're gonna, but not today. Not during this live stream. I just wanted to. This is about Proctor. I just wanted to hit the eggs while I saw him. I was like, 10 minutes. We can do 10 minutes. I need it today.
Little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was, no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabes. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
know the Alberts,
correct?
But you don't have a relationship with them.
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might
relations.
have been a good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? Those are good questions.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You did know, you do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families? How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned,
We'll
you
probably go about 20
link
more
that to the
minutes.
McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
And then I'm gonna
So
take off and do
it's
some
sustained.
stuff
You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr.
around
Jackson.
here, and then
Not sure I can.
I think I'll probably come back.
I'll ask it a
later.
different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep.
Let me ask it a different way. That was a lie. That's good.
Losing 30 to 50 pounds increases penile length by 1 inch.
Damn.
If Kurt could lose 200 pounds, he could have 4.5 inches. Then he wouldn't be a bitch with a micro penis, but he would be a bitch.
But he would be a bitch. Amazing. The stuff that's being made out there just shouldn't exist. I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll get more into this again.
All right. Sorry about that. That was hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back now. We go back to Proctor.
Keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
No.
Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jurors, feel free to stand.
Destiny's correct, Lou. Holy shit.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You have all the moments. You just took 20 fucking minutes. God, I hate only having 2 screens. It's pissing me off. People's counsel, I don't know what a penny lawyer is for certain, but my inference would be that he's a public defender and an appointed attorney. And he is. He was also a prosecutor. Everything Sean says about under the boot of government or whatever, faggot worked for government. Fuck him. What a piece of shit. Hurry it up, Jackson!
Trooper Proctor, you've
I don't care
indicated
about
that
the audio
your
anymore.
sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L.
Elberg.
And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Sorry, Lou. I'm not going to be able to fix it on the fly, and there's 10 minutes of show left, so we'll just
Are
have to
you
deal with
aware
it,
of any
and I'll work
circumstance
on
in
it
which any of the
afterwards.
Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
I don't know them. Just
Those
hang out with
Alberts
them at my
include
parents'
Chris
house.
Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, sorry, we went through a whole thing a little bit ago. I don't mean to snap at you. I just fucking hate audio issues.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to
Yeah,
my
but
question.
you're an idiot.
Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was...
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
Oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael,
Arutra,
please
are you
send
gonna get a
ski
null voice?
videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
We'll see.
Correct.
I suppose.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
I need to adjust the OBS box so I don't have to do this to get the messages on screen. We have a couple super tips here. Want to make sure and get them because we're going to be ending soon.
While I appreciate your legal commentary as always, I must ask if you purchased your shirt from the estate sale of Siegfried and Roy.
Yes, of course. No, I have a series of club shirts which are flamboyant and great. And it's like I don't get to go out to bars and clubs anymore, really. So it's like, well, what am I going to do with these shirts? I figured I'd wear them on stream. They're loud and flashy and attention grabbing. So I like them. Not everybody does, and that's fine. You can't all be gay. We need some heteros to take it on.
I would like to bring it to the court's attention that my client, in fact, does not have a micro penis.
Grounds, are you really telling me that that bitch Kurt is packing heat?
I would like to make it part of the record that that bitch boy Kurt indeed does have a micro penis.
That's a double micro penis counter. There were two of those. It was a multi-tiered, multi-cost message. So I do go ahead and count them when there's, more than one message that are paid for. Thanks for sending in your super tips. I love just the tip at all times.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Microbean's off by one. Okay, I'll fix it.
Who is CP?
It should be at 8
in that text message.
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
My bad.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Again? What are you doing, Jackson? The shinier the shirt, the easier the semen will wipe off. It's true. It's basically like a latex material at this point. Box Bro, it's a low micropene day. They can't all be like huge micropene days. It's not funny if it's too many. I mean, I'm always down for a 69 micropene day. I think they're great. But like, it shouldn't be forced,
to tab 5, please. That's triple C, isn't Charlie.
And I'm always going to be looking for another thing like that catches on, and we'll attach a silly goal to it and run with it too.
Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
You can't have a micropene forever. You just can't.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that
We may do Kurt Cook's
I've had out, but I don't know.
if I do another live stream.
But Julie
This would be
Albert
more
was
like a
among
night
them.
stream at that point.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
I mean, you could have at least had one word.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report. You don't have it, right? Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
You're gonna go watch The Whale later?
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that.
I don't
May I
even know how to
switch on?
use an EXIF editor, so. I'm sorry that those are the photos the cops took while I was being arrested. I'm sorry that that's the
Thank you.
truth.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Just focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
And
May I
are you
approach?
saying that
Yes.
those are from some follow-up CPS visit? They didn't take pictures at a follow-up CPS visit.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
At 6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677.
Wait, what was that? Mic test 1 2 says lol micropene just got rejected by AB. What do you mean by that? Caleb S, thanks. Yeah, it was annoying. Like, I had a million bottles in here because Lady Raggis wanted to save the bottles for some sort of art project eventually, which I doubt she'll ever do, but you know, it's fine. I had a big shelf. And I still have them all. I just don't have them in the house anymore. They're in a storage unit. It says, yeah, are you talking about Andrea Burkhart? Did Kurt like ask Andrea Burkhart something? That'd be kind of funny. All right, guys. It's 2:00. I'm gonna wrap up here. Got some stuff to do around the house, and so I'm gonna take advantage of this early day because getting some stuff done during business hours is really nice. With that, keep your eyes open on Twitter and locals for whatchamacallit. Will you stop? Sorry, the Chrome's pissing me off. Yeah, keep your eyes open on Twitter and locals for an announcement of a subsequent stream. I do have at least one video coming out this afternoon. Make sure you check the recap videos, even if you watch during the day. I say that because I desperately want them to have views on them and to get traction and be shared and stuff like that. But also because I don't just clip out like the recap from the show or anything like that. I always try and add something. So even if you watched the show, there's a portion of it that I add and try and add value to what's done. It's not just like recycling the content. It's there's fresh reaction to it, fresh explanations. You know, stuff that I after thinking about it for a little bit, things I want to talk about and say. So make sure you still check out the recap videos. I try and make them very much worth watching and not just recycled content from the live streams. And some of them are entirely new. Like some of them have no clipped content in them because like if Ryan's not around, he can't clip stuff for me and I'm functionally idiotic and can't do it myself. So, you know, in those instances, I actually just record something completely separate that no one's seen before. So all of those should be worth watching. I try to make them worth watching, you know, for you. That said, yeah, I'm working on lining up some interviews that I think you guys will be interested in. Andrea Burkhart is on the list. AV to the Seventh Power is on the list. Turtle Boy's on the list. So we should have some good stuff coming up here soon. I got to check in with my man, lead attorney. It's been way too long since I talked to him. There's a big celebrity trial going on. Cash something. Some rapper named Cash something is on trial for organizing or using his music label to solicit women or to lure women into you know, rape servitude, which is horrible, really bad. But I want to watch that trial, and it's the jury selection is going on right now. So if this trial ends soon, I might transition right into that trial and pick up wherever it is because it sounds really fucking interesting. Until then, I might somehow try and keep up with it enough to get some summary videos of what's going on because that looks like a really interesting trial, and I think it's going to get a lot of traction once it gets going. So yeah, those are all things I'm working on. Those are all things where like it's far enough where I'm actually comfortable saying that these are things that are potentially on the very near horizon. So yeah, watch for those. And thanks for hanging out with me as always. And we'll see you. Oh, what's this? What's this?
Giving to the grift so the haters and their micropeens can be mad. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you, Viva user. That does put us to 9 micropeens, and I'm going to proudly display it. with that, hey, thank you guys. Also, I just want to say you guys have been adopting super tips very, very quickly. It's wonderful. We are quickly moving up the super tip ladder board, and yeah, I have plans to be on top of it. To be on top of it, laughing at all of the other little super tip peons. But no, seriously, thank you. It's been a really nice help for my family because I didn't work for a year, and so having that source of income and the way it's set up, where it is available immediately and stuff like that, has really been helpful for me. So thanks for doing that and being such great adopters of it. Yeah, there's only 2 people who are currently above me in the utilization of super tips, and we're going to change that because I'm not a bottom. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I love you, and we'll see you very, very soon. All right? Peace. Peace. All right, doing my outro setup. Set.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have